See that. Thanks, Jim. Thanks for the flag. Welcome to today's session of the Design Review Panel for December 11th, 2024. Thank you for participating. I'd like to note that in addition to being recorded, today's session will be posted to YouTube tomorrow. We will be starting today's meeting with a land acknowledgement. This will be done by Christina Randers. Christina?
Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and is within the territory of the Dish with One Spoon Treaty.
Thank you, Christina. So once again, welcome and thanks for participating. Today's agenda item 1 is Don Mills Community Recreation Center at 844 Don Mills Road. This is an infrastructure project and a pre-application consultation, as well as a first review of Don Mills Community Recreation Center. There is a 1 hour and 15-minute period scheduled for the review. It's a formal review session, but no vote will be taken at the end. Staff have been given 10 minutes for their presentation. This will be followed by a 15-minute presentation by the proponent. Discussion will follow these presentations. Session is being live streamed, as I mentioned, and will be posted tomorrow. And we'll begin with a roll call. To begin with, I'll name you, and if you could tell me if you're present and if you have any conflict of interest. Starting with you, Sabella.
Present, no conflict.
Jim Goff.
Present, no conflict.
Heather.
Here and no conflict.
Anna. Not hearing Anna. Joe.
Present, no conflict.
Jessica.
Present, no conflict.
Jim Melvin.
Present, no conflict.
I think Anna is here.
Oh, Anna.
You're
Anna,
muted,
are you
Anna. We don't hear you.
She's here. She's got technical difficulties. She'll get back to us. Thumbs up or thumbs down, no conflict? No conflict. Thanks, Dima. Thanks, Anna. Next is Dima.
Present, no conflict.
Then Meg.
Present, no conflict.
And Gordon.
Here, no conflict.
Thank you, everyone. So at this point, panel members, don't forget the staff questions before we get started. And in your commentary, please provide issues of appreciation and of concern. To speakers, I'll introduce a 1-minute verbal signal to indicate that you need to wrap up your presentation. And finally, we can begin with the staff presentation. You have 10 minutes for your staff presentation.
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen here. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Charco. I'm a senior planner in community planning North York. And with me today is Grace Gow, senior urban designer in North York as well. So we're here today to discuss the Don Mills Community Recreation Center. I'm going to go through this very quickly. So this is a site located within the Celestica lands. It's outlined in red on the screen. Celestica lands are generally bound by Eglinton Avenue East to the south, Don Mills Road to the east, and to the north and the west, the railway corridor. So the lands have already received OPA rezoning approval. Certain blocks have received SPA approval, and construction has already begun. This is an aerial view showing here from 2022. The subject site is outlined in red. Another view here, some of the buildings further along under construction. This is from 2023. Subject site is shown with a star. So with respect to planning policies, the subject site is within the Don Mills Crossing Secondary Plan. It is designated parks, just as it is here shown on the screen in the official plan land use designation map. The majority of the Celestica lands are designated mixed use. The lands identified for parks are shown, along with some general employment areas. Oops. So this right here is just a 3D rendering showing the final built out of the Celestica lands along with the other adjoining quadrants at Don Mills and Eglinton Avenue. So what we have here is we have a ravine valley edge with a couple of towers. We have a core area with several towers located at the immediate intersection of Don Mills and Eglinton. Then we have a neighborhood interior to the site, and we have the proposed community center and park to the north of the core area. So just to rattle off a couple of statistics here, the overall tower heights in this area, it's going to be between 27 and 48 stories. We also have mid-rise and townhouses. We have approximately 5,000 new residential dwelling units coming in, just under 500,000 square meters of total GFA, and that includes just under 400,000 square meters of residential. We have 25,000 square meters of affordable housing coming in, and we also have employment land. So this is a full, complete mixed-use community. This is just the zoning map, really quickly to show that the lands are also designated open space. So I'm now going to pass it along to Grace Gow.
Thank you, Michelle. My name is Grace Gow, Senior Urban Designer from North York District. I'll walk through some planned context in the following slides. Vision and objectives. The rendering in the middle is from Don Mills Crossing Secondary Plan 2019, demonstrates the vision of the crosstown community as a distinct and complete community, celebrates natural heritage, and builds on the area's tradition of cultural and technological innovation. Don Mills Recreation Center locates on the northeast corner of the new community. It bounded by CP Railway Trail on the north, Don Mills Road on the east, Core Connector Road, Moriyama Road on its south. The site is supported by well-designed public realm with strong pedestrian, cycling, and transit connections. The existing condition street view on Don Mills Road looking south, the image on the left, shows the grading changes from Mike Pomartia to Moriyama Road, which provide both challenges and opportunities for the built form and the landscape to create a strong sense of arrival as the northern gateway. Don Mills Community Recreation Center is placed seamlessly on the new signature park called Don Mills Arena Park. They serve as the community hub for crosstown as well as the broader community. Next, please. As it programmed, the Recreation Center will be a two-story built form hosting 150,000 square feet GFA, which program details will be presented by the applicant later. This schedule from the secondary plan on the right side shows the urban edges which define the public realm. Don Mills Recreation Center is expected to provide 3 sides of urban edges as well as at all corners. The site has approximately 135-meter long urban edge fronting onto Don Mills Road, which potentially presents the longest continuous street wall on Don Mills Crossing. It has a similar edge length facing west onto the future parkland, and about 80-meter long frontage on Moriyama Drive facing to the crosstown community. Some minimum setbacks in the secondary plan are listed as the following. A minimum 5-meter building setback is required on both Don Mills and the parkland. A minimum 2-meter setback is required on Moriyama for non-residential use. Next, please. Public realm network diagram from the secondary plan defines the various character of the public street surrounding the recreation center site. On the diagram, the red dashed line highlights Don Mills Crossing, which is a series of streetscape treatment and public realm enhancements along Don Mills Road from the CP Railway Corridor to Gateway Boulevard on the south of Ontario Science Center on the bottom of this diagram. So the street wall and the streetscape of the recreation center should emphasize Don Mills Crossing as the most important north-south street in the area through improved pedestrian circulation patterns, well-landscaped setbacks, and strategically placed open spaces to enhance its identity and character. Moriyama Drive as the core connector across community on both sides of Del Mills is programmed with new cycle track, providing active transportation choices for commute with its connection to and from ECLRT. And Mike Tomartia Road will provide the new multi-use path connection into the ravine areas with its focus on recreation. Next, please. Based on the review of the existing conditions and the planned context, there are the following questions we should consider during concept development process for both the applicant and the staff's review through the following lenses. First of all, contextual fit and integration. How does the recreation center relate to the Del Mills Road, connect to the parkland and the public realm? Should it serve as an iconic landmark, buffer noise and traffic, or provide an inviting frontage to attract passersby, or both? How can it complement or enhance the broader cultural and heritage context of Crosstown? Number two, user needs and programming. Who are the primary users and what are their needs? What spatial plan will serve them best with balance? Can the design allow for modular spaces or flexible programming and adapt to changes over time? Next, please. Lens number three, access and connectivity. What are the primary access points? How to address grading differences? Should the main entrance face the intersection, the streets, or the park? Can it accommodate safe pedestrian, cyclist, and vehicular access? How does it connect to public transit and active transportation networks? Will there be bike racks, bus stops, or shuttle bus services? How will loading, parking, and drop-off areas be integrated without impacting public right-of-way and operations? Number four, environmental considerations. How can the design respond to the natural context? Can the building harmonize with the natural settings through materials, scale, and landscaping? How can sustainable design principles can be integrated into the architectural and landscape design? And how could eventually the building become a net zero emission building? Lastly, number five, social and cultural impact. What role will the recreation center play in community building and social well-being? Could the design reflect the local cultural and historical aspect of the site that we should be honored? For example, Celestica's technological innovation traditions or inspirations. How inclusive is the design? Does it remove barriers for participation of the community? Does it accommodate accessibility needs, diverse age and gender groups, and social inclusion? Number six, civic pride and experiential qualities. How can the design create memorable experiences through visual connections between the urban streets and the park, through interactive features or indoor-outdoor transitions? What architectural identity should the build form present as the northern gateway as well as the community destination? What's the public art plan? Providing features within the public realm design to reflect the scale, material, texture, and other attributes of adjacent cultural heritage resources and landscape. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Grace. Next, we will have the consultant presentation. For that, we have 15 minutes. If you could introduce yourself and begin the presentation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hala Gutsimo, project manager from MJMA office. Great to be here and looking forward to the feedback. I'm going to present.
Maybe I'll introduce myself as well, if I could. My name is Ashley Wilson. I am the project manager on behalf of Parks, Forestry and Recreation, City of Toronto. And Halle, I will read the first few slides of your presentation.
Sounds good. So I share my screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, so again, my name is Ashley Wilson. I am the project manager, project lead on behalf of Parks, Forestry and Recreation. Our client group is Community Recreation, Aquatics and Facilities. And so I want to give just a few quick slides just by way of background for the project, where it comes from. So it is part of the PFNR Facilities Master Plan that was adopted by Council in 2018. And so this location was identified as an area in need of such a facility. And so it's located in Ward 16, Don Valley East, as you can see. Next slide, please. Just here it is in context with other community centers that we have just completed or and currently under construction or planned as part of the FMP. And so you'll see them distributed across the city. This project is located quite centrally at Don Mills and Eglinton. Next slide, please. So here's our project team. City of Toronto, our prime consultants, MJMA Architects, here today, will be presenting shortly. We also had an engagement consultant, Safi, and an Indigenous engagement consultant, Ridge Road Training and Consulting. And we did go through an extensive public consultation process, which I will describe shortly. Next slide, please. Here's just the program that was identified. This was through the FMP and in consultation with our PFNR stakeholder group. These were the program elements that went into the request for proposal when we were going to hire the consultant team. And so this is how the program elements, just the box diagram and showing them superimposed over a footprint of the property, which you'll see in the dotted line. Next slide, please. And here was the three-stage public engagement that we went through over 2022, over a two-year period from 2022 to 2024. So our first phase was building the vision, phase two, exploring the options, and phase three was completed earlier this year, identifying the preferred option. And so each of those did have a public meeting, community advisory committee. We had youth engagement, Indigenous engagement, and the stakeholder group. And I will hand it over to MJMA.
Thank you, Ashley. So in terms of the site context, Grace gave us a great background, so I try to be quick. So at high level, the community center serves the new neighborhood to the south, and also we envision that it serves the community to the north, as it will be the replacement for Civitan Arena. And it connects to all of the cycling routes, public transit, as Grace mentioned. And we imagine that this community center will be another cultural piece and along Winford Drive. And it is located at the northeast corner. Great opportunity for us being adjacent to the future park. And in terms of engagement, as Ashley mentioned, we have done and completed series of public engagement with Indigenous advisory group, community advisory committee, and youth group, as well as public at large. And those feedback from engagement informed the design principles and big moves of the PFNR group. And based on all of those, engagement feedback and design principle, we establish project objectives. The main one is how we can open up this civic building to the surrounding public realm and revealing all the activities within to animate the public realm surrounding this project. And another one is how we can remove the barrier to participation and provide access and view to all of these program pieces that make it accessible and inclusive to all. And more importantly, how we can line the park with the program that can actually open up to the park and take advantage of that. And this side diagram shows some of those design objectives that I just described. And looking at this traditional arena configuration, we realize that not only doesn't fit to the site, but also it doesn't do any good thing for the park or for the project. Whereas in this scheme, having the arena side by side and moving the gym upstairs allowed us to line the park with the wide range of multi-purpose room, large community hall, kitchen, and all of those programs that can actually open up to the park and maximize the indoor-outdoor program synergy. Another unique thing about this scheme is rather than having the ring change room being separated, the change room is being part of the public space and the lobby, which not only removes the barrier to participation, but also creates a great view from the streets and reveals all of those activities within and activates the Don Mills Road. And we think that this is a four-sided civic building, which has mass timber colonnade on 3 sides. Colonnade is permeable and provides welcoming perimeter, and it contributes to civic animation. Colonnade on the park side, as you see, again, so the program can spills out and it maximizes indoor-outdoor connection and programming synergy. And on the Don Mills side, the colonnade integrates to the streetscape and it becomes the continuation of the surrounding public realm. And similarly on the Don Mills, so the colonnade contributes to the civic animation and reveals all of those activities within and creates a welcoming perimeter for the building. In terms of sustainability, the building is designed to meet Toronto Green Standard, mass timber structure, and we are using the park for closed loop geothermal as well as stormwater management infiltration gallery. Half of the roof is covered with photovoltaic PV array, and also we are using daylighting as much as possible and green roof irrigated with captured rainwater. Passing to you, Hayne.
Thanks, Ale. Hello, I'm Haley, a landscape architect for the project. We are designing the site and landscape to create an intimate connection between the building, public spaces, and people, tying the community center to the adjacent public spaces, the new streetscape, and the green spaces and the city beyond. We would like our design to be harmonious and well integrated into this part of the city by continuing and bringing in the familiar landscape, green space, and ecosystem. So we are proposing softscape as much as possible, basically wrapping the building with the softscape while carving out social and gathering spaces for people to walk around, pause and sit, hang out, gather, and mingle. So softscape and vegetation are really important in this design, which helps with the layering between the road and the building, providing a safe and pleasant environment to be around. Also with the vertical layering with the different heights of trees, shrubs, and perennials interplaying with the verticality of the building and creating almost like a green valley. On the next slide, as we develop the design further along with this paving, site furnishing, and lighting, we are planning to develop a list of plants including species that are native specific to the ecosystem of this area, and the species invite pollinators. Now I'll hand it over to Matt to dive into the building.
Hi everyone, I'm Matt Lammers, project architect here at MGMA. So taking a look at the main floor plan, again, you're seeing those multi-purpose rooms lining the park, as well as that community hall and community kitchen there on the park, all with great indoor-outdoor access. We've got active rooms elsewhere on the perimeter with views to animate the sidewalk. We have placed the EMS outpost that's part of the program in the northwest corner of the plan. And in working with the EMS folks, that just seemed to be the best spot for them in terms of their access requirements. And then most importantly, diagrammed here in yellow, a real continuity of public space as it flows from the exterior to the interior. So filtering through that colonnade transitional zone and winding its way through the public lobby around all those program areas, and even flowing around those liberated arena change rooms, as we mentioned a moment ago. Next slide, please. So in terms of the lobby, the first thing you encounter when you walk in is this grand public room, a 3-story atrium that acts as the kind of social heart for the project, with great views into all those program areas to remove those barriers to participation. Next slide, please. And on the second floor, same idea, active rooms all around the perimeter, multi-purpose and gymnasium looking over the park, fitness functions farther towards the Don Mills side, and then again, that yellow space of the public lobby winding its way throughout. It's kind of a T-shaped lobby upstairs here, and each arm of that T actually terminates in a public lounge above the entrances. And as you see on the next slide, we have an example of one such informal hangout zone, which is located above the park entrance and provides great views out west towards the park. And back to Hayne.
Thanks, Matt. And we have a public roof terrace. Oh, and then as people know, the roof can be a truly unique public space, and we would like to give it back to the public, making it accessible and multiplying the public space with our project. So the terrace will provide really pleasant views down from the future residential buildings and views out to the city. To activate the space and invite as many diverse people as possible, we are proposing multi-use spaces of active, passive, and social gatherings surrounded by an extensive green roof. And then on the next page, we are working to propose paving, site furnishing, and lighting to make the roof space more inviting and pleasant, and in line with the overall sustainable and aesthetic aspects of the project. Next page, please. We really do hope this unique roof space will add value and more or less fun to the community and elevate the quality of public space as a whole. Now back to Matt.
Thank you, Hayne. One thing we heard during the engagement was there was a strong desire for this to be a warm and inviting building in terms of the materiality. So we are going with a natural palette, not only with the mass timber and other wood products, but using a terracotta panel for the primary skin of the building and rendering that in a natural color, a nice matte finish, and looking at ways of further texturizing those panels to break down the scale of the building. So as we'll see now, keeping that in mind, we'll walk around the building here. Starting in the park, you're seeing that community hall with the community kitchen prominently situated there at grade, with all those activities spilling out, tables and chairs and whatnot, in that kind of porch condition below the colonnade. The gym is stacked above with clerestory lighting at the top there. And then, of course, the park entrance with that informal lounge above, as I mentioned a moment ago. Next slide, please. Standing on the southwest corner, here you can really see that colonnade wrapping around the building as this grand urban gesture. This is the south facade, and it kind of continues the tradition of Toronto public buildings that have these important south-facing civic facades. If you think of Queen's Park, Old City Hall, etc. So in our case, we're utilizing this device of the colonnade to really act as this democratic, porous signifier that this is really a public building of note within the city. Next slide, please. So behind that colonnade, you're seeing these boxes of program, which are wrapped in that terracotta panel skin. And we're really starting to push and pull those program boxes to read against that rigid line of the grid of columns out front. So we're inflecting inwards here, kind of pulling the massing inwards to draw folks in at the entrance, and really cracking open the massing with additional glazing there to kind of lead towards that 3-story atrium space beyond. Next slide, please. So standing at the corner of Moriyama Drive and Don Mills Road, we have placed the pool hall at this prominent corner, and we're thinking this will be the kind of showpiece element that really broadcasts the PFNR programming to the greater city. The cladding here starts to pull back to reveal additional glazing for views. And same idea on the second floor, where we have the walking track kind of circulating around the pool hall. Again, a dematerialized corner here for great views to and from. We do plan to put ample lighting at the exterior, so both at the high level of the overhang there at the tops of the columns, as well as at that single-story soffit overhang. So this really will be a bright, safe, welcoming spot here on the site, and we know there'll be tons of pedestrian traffic, cyclists, transit users, etc. So the building really has a great opportunity to start to reveal those interior activities on this prominent corner. Next slide, please. And then finally, standing across the street on the Don Mills sidewalk, we're seeing that expansive glazing at grade there adjacent to the sidewalk. So that is a view into that change room zone for the arenas, which again is wrapped entirely in interior public circulation space. So great chance for folks to be able to see folks coming and going from the arenas and the change rooms with their hockey gear on, something that you don't see every day from the sidewalk for sure. We've got the fitness room above that, again, with views to and from the sidewalk. And then, of course, that continuous grid of columns that marches down the north-south or east facade here. We're really hopeful that this is going to welcome our neighbors from the north to venture towards the south as they come under the viaduct, and really take advantage of that continuous pedestrian covering above as they slip under the colonnade, and really be enticed to take a peek into the building here as they pass by and check out what's going on. And just to summarize, in our experience doing these types of facilities, they do tend to be large floor plate buildings, and they can have a tendency to be somewhat inward facing, especially the arena typology in terms of those programmatic requirements. But what we've really tried to do here with this scheme is to invert that paradigm, really turn it inside out and line the exterior with these public spaces that really start to engage with the surrounding public realm and take advantage of this great siting on this future park. So thank you so much, and we'll wrap it up there for questions.
Thank you very much. This is our opportunity, panel members, for questions of clarification. And I've been asked to remind that one of the things that we're very interested in is access on this three-sided building. So we're going to, and we know that there were 6 categories of questions, and one of the primary ones for the panel to pay attention to is about access and connectivity. But going from there, I see several hands up for questions of clarification. I'm going to start with you, Anna, then Jim, then Joe, then Gordon, and then Jim Goff. Go ahead, Anna. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hopefully good. Thank you. So my question was about parking and kind of loading access. You didn't, I think, roll through that in any detail at all. So perhaps you could just kind of briefly tell us how that works.
Yeah, I think, can we put the presentation back up, or should I just?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will do that shortly.
So there is parking underneath the building. We're kind of, maybe you go to that axonometric floor plan, Helene.
Sorry. Yes.
We're kind of sneaking it underneath because the grade change drops down toward the viaduct. So we're kind of sneaking it under the arena. So there is parking for what we believe to be 100 cars, although that's not been resolved yet. So that parking entrance is on Mike Palmature Drive. As is there's arenas have a kind of back of house that includes loading and access for the ice resurfacer. And also on that facade, as Matt mentioned, is the EMS station. So those 3 pieces are actually collected at the north of the building.
Okay. Thank you.
And next is Jim Melvin.
Thank you very much. A couple quick questions. One for Ashley. Ashley, I noticed in the program that there was no pickleball courts. That's really popular now. How are you going to handle the demand for new pickleball in this kind of building when the spaces are so confined?
Yeah, hi Jim. Yes, I'll be happy to answer that. Yes, we heard loudly that pickleball is desired, and I'm pleased to say that we are able to provide it within the gym. And what we have done, what we're planning to do, which is what we've done in our all of our current and upcoming facilities, is adding game lines to the gym. So along with the basketball and volleyball, there will now be pickleball as well in a different color. And most recently, we've done green as a game line color.
So that doesn't compromise the spaces that are in this building now?
No. And I understand from our recreation folks, colleagues, is that it just comes down to timing. So they work that out in terms of their programming, whether they've got programmed pickleball or different groups can book it, through the booking as well. So there's different, either they offer it as a program, or they can, different groups can book the space. So pickleball is
One other quick
simplified.
question, Michael, to the consulting team. What was the role the Indigenous consultants played on this project, and how is that anything they've mentioned incorporated in this design?
Thanks, Jim. Matt, I think you were well positioned to answer that question.
Sure, yeah. So what we heard a lot during the Indigenous consultations in particular was really strong desire for a use of natural materials. There was, some comparison to other PFNR recent community centers where they felt that the materials just weren't reflective of that warmth and natural kind of feel. So that's reflected here, obviously, in terms of using as much wood as possible, and then also those natural finished terracotta panels. Also, really heard a strong desire for emphasizing food-centric programming and really bringing that to the fore. So that is reflected in the main floor layout. So here you're seeing this large community hall kitchen, and the kitchen itself is actually this kind of central node within that. And you can see it's envisioned as being more or less able to open up continuously through the middle to have both access from the community hall side and the lobby side, but really be located in this prominent location that has park access, but is also right in the mix of things at the lobby as you first come in. So that was one other thing. And then we have heard a desire, of course, for the use of for sacred fires on site, and PFNR maybe can talk to this more, but that would obviously be more suited perhaps to the park, which is the future project. But we are, of course, actively thinking about how the building can support those exterior park uses that might come into play should the city choose to include them. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jim. Next is Joe.
Thank you. I wanted to just verify, and I think you said this in the presentation, both, at least the consultant team did, that this in effect is, in addition to supporting the new community emerging in its immediate vicinity, is meant to replace the Don Mills Community Center. And that Don Mills Community Center is a long-standing, really important part of the Don Mills community to the north. And so now everyone in that growing Don Mills community, in addition to this community, are going to be coming to this location. So that's a kind of preface to my question about access. Given the range of program, which is arenas, pool, gym, lots of other things, is this a kind of facility where you come in one or two doors and you go through some form of security and require a card before you can access the balance of the facility? Or is it the kind of facility that once it's open, parents bringing kids for hockey, parents bringing kids for swimming, whatever is going on, it's a fully public building when it's open, and it is not so dependent, let me say, on security control. And why I'm asking that question is how much thought, and I suspect there has been this thought, and I just wanted to hear about it, is the Don Mills community to the north that are going to be accessing this facility. Some will drive, yes, and how do they access it is pretty evident, though the amount of parking may be a question. But is there a possibility of pedestrian access along the Don Mills Road frontage? That's my first question. The second is appreciating a lay-by being indicated on Moriyama Drive, and actually understanding that and why that seems logical in terms of a primary entrance. Can the design team speak to that and a potential conflict with the bike route proposed in that location? Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, so I mean, we recognize that the neighborhood to the north, we actually worked on. They were sort of expecting actually a community center that we worked on with Cadillac Fairview, and that there is a kind of palpable sense of loss in that community of that, and with the closure of the Civitan Arena. And that was sort of one of the things on our minds as we were looking at this. I would say that that's probably, you know, one of the driving things around the sort of three-sided colonnade, that we were trying to kind of present a kind of point of access to the building that you would feel and achieve immediately after coming out of that viaduct. I mean, you've probably walked around up there. It is not a pedestrian-friendly environment. And that was really one of the driving notions between making this colonnade run around the three sides, so that, you know, you got through the viaduct, now you can at least come under the shelter of the building where it's bright and friendly and make your way to the entrance. So, but your other question is just on the security. So these, I mean, PFNR, in their ideal world, like to limit the number of official entrances to the building, partially because it allows them. Right now, the two entrances are, you know, they actually come to a place in the middle of the lobby where the control desk is, so that someone at the desk can actually see someone coming in and out of the building. So they like to limit those to two. We did look at putting a public entrance on Don Mills, and you know, we looked at one of the early schemes. It's sort of non-optimal from a kind of command and control perspective for the operation of the building, but it's possible. I guess our feeling was that the sort of, you know, the primary entrance we felt should be on Moriama, because you know, Don Mills as a street is a pretty kind of heavily trafficked. So we considered it. We talked about it with the client. It's potentially still possible to do that. I'm not sure whether it solves the problem of the welcome, but it's certainly something that could be considered. Lastly, yes, the lay-by. So our parking area has a drop-off for people who are dropping off their kids for hockey. So when you come down to that parking ramp, you actually go into a parking lot, and that drops you off at an elevator, and you pop up in that elevator right across from the control desk, right at the kind of place where you would actually kind of want to drag your hockey gear. So we've kind of accommodated the drop off for that. There was a desire for a drop off for the building for Wheel-Trans and for coach buses for tournaments, and that's why that's been positioned on Moriama. We don't have a lot of choices there in terms of what streets are available for a drop off, and the plan there was it would result in a kind of a little bit of a detour on the bike path, and our plan there was to try to work with transportation to come up with an acceptable solution that doesn't degrade the bike path too much, but still allows us the drop off opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Robert. And panel members, we're out of time on questions, but I could take two quick questions from Jim and Gordon before we go to the discussion. Jim, Gordon?
Thanks. Did you mean me? Mr. Melvin's gone, right?
Yes, yes, Jim.
Sorry. Just a quick question about parking. Have you done any kind of parking analysis to determine the amount of parking you're providing, or what is that based on?
You're muted, Rob.
One day, no, I will never hear that. You're on mute. We did a parking study. The actual number of parking, I think, required by zoning for this is on the order of 65. That was bumped up partially due to the community consultation. You know, a lot of people think about arenas as drive-to facilities. I personally think that in the urban areas, we're going to have to rethink some of that. So we're exceeding the kind of zoning mandated parking. And I know, and Ashley may be able to answer this question further, that the number is now slightly north of 100 and could increase. That's being discussed.
Correct. I'll just quickly add to that. Yeah, we're right now the plans show 109 spaces, all of them below grade, with a drop off as well down beside the elevators, coming straight up to the main floor and second floor, as Rob mentioned. And we are currently we're in discussions with Toronto Parking Authority to potentially increase that parking to 150.
Right.
Based on discussion that we've had with various stakeholder groups and the community, it is felt that 150 is ideal. We do have a transportation consultant who has done a first draft, and but their work has not been completed yet.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. And Gordon, is your question quick, or are you going to?
I'm good for now.
Thank you, Gordon. Great, appreciate that. So moving on to the panel discussion. If I'm not mistaken, we have 10 panel members today. We've got about 30 minutes for panel discussion. As is often requested, we're hoping that you can consolidate your insight into 3 minutes, self-managed. The order that we're going to follow is the same order of the roll call. So Sabella, James, Heather, Anna, Joe, Jessica, Jim, Dima, Meg, and Gordon. So starting with you, Sabella, then James and Heather.
Thank you for this package. I found it very clear and you communicate it very well, your design objectives as well as the challenges. MJMA has a great reputation for creating these buildings, and I think their approach with the soft texture on the outside, the soft colors, the natural materials, the glimpses into the uses are all really great moves at making it known that this is a public use space. I think the big porch, the colonnade around the building is also a fantastic move to welcome people towards it and around it to the main entrances. I think the location of the 2 entrances, I like, one facing Moriamo Drive and the other facing the park. And I am concerned about the drop off, the lay-by in front of it, and I think it would be good to look at more potential drop-offs at the back of the building and perhaps improve a way that a bus full of people can enter from the rear of the building. So I realized everything seemed pretty tight and squeezed into the east side of this park space, and it made me wonder, what could this look like, both the park and the recreation building, if it wasn't constricted to the east half of the site? Could it possibly be wider at the north end and help mitigate some of the grade changes, and perhaps open up the south end and extend the park closer towards Don Mills? So I'm not sure if that was being tested at one point, but it just, to me, I thought maybe one of the arenas could run in an east-west direction across the top and help mitigate the challenges at the north end. So the inside the building, I think the uses of the multi-purpose rooms facing the park is a great move. I hope there's some flexibility in the sizes of those rooms, and I hope they've been tested for various uses. I think the community space in the kitchen in the corner is a really great move, with this sort of food initiative that this community is embracing. I think it'll be a great community builder. On the roof terrace, I think the programming that's been offered up there, I think, is great, but I wondered if it could perhaps be more consolidated, and that a lot of the intensive green roof area actually be dedicated to food production and urban agriculture, which would help complement and work with the kitchen efforts and the community kitchen on the main floor. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabella. Next, James, Jim Goff.
Mr. Chair, you caught me off guard. Thanks for the presentation. Just a few comments. First, on the parking issue, it does sound like an appropriate process for planning the parking is being followed. It's a fine balance between people's kind of fears of what will happen and the reality. So I think if you keep finishing off your consultant's parking analysis, that should give you the answer you need. I do think an entrance, a pedestrian entrance on Don Mills Road would be advantageous for anyone coming from the north on foot. And really to activate that side of the building, you're planning that large colonnade there. And I think without an entrance on Don Mills, that's going to be kind of a waste of investment. You know, I'm not sure who will use that colonnaded area if there's no entrance on Don Mills. And you know, I think we heard kind of the excuse that Don Mills is a heavy traffic street, and the design review panel has heard arguments like that before about other streets like Shepherd or other streets. You know, that there's high traffic volume now, and so you know we're just not going to bother trying to make any change there. But I think the city wants to make all of the streets in the city more pedestrian focused. And so I don't think using the current traffic volumes as an excuse for not doing something on a street is really in accordance with the city's long-term goals. So I would strongly urge trying to find a way to have an entrance on Don Mills. And lastly, in terms of the lay-by and the bike lanes on Moriyama, I think, you know, if the lay-by is primarily going to be used just for buses dropping off hockey players and that sort of thing, that's probably not going to happen very often. So I think in all likelihood, the two can coexist, though I think there should be a bit of analysis done to review how often that lay-by is going to be used by heavy vehicles. Obviously, if it's there, other vehicles are also going to use it, taxis, Ubers, just anyone dropping off people. So that too, I think, needs a fine balance. Once a lay-by is there, people will tend to use it to the max and tend to bleed out into the bike lane. So I think you'd need careful design to make sure that it does function well. So, you know, I think it'd be good I think it'd be good to avoid the expense of putting that underground, but in the end, depending what your analysis shows, it may be something that needs to go underground. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next, Heather.
Yep. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate the great series of goals and design principles and the big moves that were shared with us on page 11, and very much appreciate the idea that the design is to maintain and support the social and community building activities of the existing public spaces. And as you mentioned a few times, remove the barriers to participation. So I think those are excellent goals. I've been to the existing Civitan Arena a lot. I'm a hockey mom, and this is a very poor example of an arena. It's not a community center, and it has felt for years like it's at the end of its life. There's no natural light. It's basically kind of a shed. There's not even a small heated area for observing the hockey games. So there's no love lost here for that building for me. Also appreciate the invitation into the design process. We don't see that very often as a panel, so that's great. And I just want to give some kudos to those sectional perspectives. I find them very effective. It does help you feel what the space will be like, and it gives a good idea of spaces being at the level of the tree canopy, or yeah, I just think they're great drawings. One slight criticism I have is about the rhythm or the frequency of the columns on the colonnade. To my eye anyway, it appears a bit sparse. I'm sure it's what's required structurally, but I'm wondering if that can be finessed somehow. I think it would be great if there could be a kind of greater frequency. I very much appreciate the idea of the porch, the civic porch, and the kind of wraparound nature of that. I also appreciated hearing that the terracotta material was going to be textured, because I do think that kind of element behind these columns, if they continue to be at this density, is going to help the design. With parking, I think there does need to be more study it's very difficult to get people to the arena with hockey equipment. And while I appreciate when everyone gets older and they can walk there and it's not the mom carrying the equipment, in the early days, it's pretty hairy. Like, it reminds me of daycare drop off. You're trying to get to the game on time, and anything that you can do to make that process easier, I think would be appreciated. I think where the EMS station is located is good on Mike Palmatier, and I was relieved to hear Jim talk about the fact that I think the cyclists and the bus can be navigated, because I've been to a lot of hockey tournaments as well. And yes, I don't think the buses stay for too long, but it's a big deal to try and get the players as close as you can to the door. And I really don't see how that function could be put underground. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. So the next three will be Anna, Joe, and Jessica, beginning with you, Anna.
Hi there. Thank you for the presentation. I agree with much that's been said in advance of my comments. So I'll point out in particular the things I thought were very enjoyable about this building. First and foremost, the daylight. I think it's quite amazing how much daylight you've managed to get into this very deep and big building. So I think that's going to really make the difference in terms of, hitting that mark of being warm and inviting. So kudos for that. I think also the edge onto the park, that area, again, given kind of the scale of those spaces, they can, if you could put on page 18, sorry, where the AXO is, page 18, yeah. If there's the scale of those spaces that are along the park there, I think will make it or break it in terms of how they're used. Just a few thoughts about the plan, if you could put it up on the screen. You have a beautiful hub area, that image that you had of the central space, all the stairs winding in, and that kind of core, again, the daylight coming down. If that access were kind of switched a little bit to connect the park to Don Mills, and if you use that as an organizational factor through the building, it might be able to be a bit more grand and a bit more welcoming onto Don Mills, because that organizational factor I thought was quite nice in terms of pulling people in and helping them through the maze of the building. I'm a hockey mom, not a soccer mom. I'm sorry, I'm a soccer mom, not a hockey mom. And so while there is pickleball and hockey here, I am very disappointed that there is no soccer. There might be some out in the park in the future, but I know it's taking my son to those games, sitting and waiting for him to finish his practice. There's quite a few parents around doing that. And when I look at areas like along that colonnade, at the outside of the building and around the back there could be all sorts of delightful spaces for parents to gather, watch a little bit of the practice, sit and wait. Because there is quite a bit of that does happen. And it's not always so nice to sit in the space with the child, but you want to be able to see what's going on. I would have thought there'd be more opportunities to look into the rink, to observe from the outside of the building. I know that it's difficult for the pool. Like, you can't really have so much visibility into the pool area. But with a hockey arena, maybe there were more opportunities for that, to see like the fast-paced skating around, like that to me would be really fun to see on the outside of the street. And then I'll end with one more thing: bike infrastructure. So we've noticed how many bike paths there are around and leading up and connecting to this place, and there'll be quite a few pedestrians. Hockey players are unlikely to arrive on bikes, but others I think would. I don't see any bike parking or anywhere to kind of put your bike. I'm not sure if that's underground or not, but that was just an observation along the beautiful kind of streetscape along Don Mills is very nicely done. However, I didn't see any spots for bikes. Maybe I just missed that, but okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next, Joe, and after that, Jessica.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have mostly just really positive things to say about the emergence of this project. I think it's going to be a really wonderful addition to this emerging community and a wonderful asset to the existing and growing Don Mills community to the north. Just a couple of very brief comments. I think the colonnade is a brilliant move on the three sides. I think it works really well. I'd like to echo and support Anna's suggestion of more transparency to the northeast hockey pad. I'm not a hockey dad, so I don't know, but you know, I do see that there's visibility into the pool already. I wonder why there might not be visibility into that hockey area to just kind of animate Don Mills Road. I absolutely understand and support the design team's overall organizational strategy, including how entrances work. It sounds like you're still considering the potential of an entrance from Don Mills Road for pedestrians, which I would kind of add to the chorus of appreciating the kind of command and control imperative in terms of security and so forth. Might there be a way that that could work as a complement to what you've already done? I don't know, but it's just a thought. I also understand the idea of a drop-off on Moriama Drive and the potential importance of that in terms of the broader community that this facility will support. I would really ask both the PF&R team and the design team, and I suspect they already are, to really ensure that the Don Mills community to the north has got great access to this facility. And, you know, how are they going to get here? As is pointed out, you know, Don Mills Road is not exactly a pedestrian friendly street at the moment. This part of the project, or this project, will make it better for sure. But it may be that lay-by is a critical aspect of allowing you know, kind of broader local community to have more enjoyment. It looks like a terrific project. And, you know, just might I say, I think I saw somewhere in the presentation the range of community centers the City of Toronto has got underway. I'm really impressed with the city's community center focus and activity as our city grows. It's really laudable. So well on you, PF&R. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next, Jessica, then Jim Melvin.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think, you know, there's been a lot of great comments so far, and I would echo a lot of really interesting elements being proposed here. The roof plan looks really like a wonderful addition to the interior program, and will provide that flexibility for sort of multi-generational families who might be participating in different programs at the same time. And really this desire to open up the building on all three sides, it's really encouraging. I like how you've pushed the rinks together to free up that park edge for activation. I question a bit if multi-purpose rooms are as active as some other uses, but at the same time, they've got that wonderful spill-out capability. And the kitchen community space with again, that spill-out feature at the corner makes a lot of sense. I like this idea of the change rooms floating in the main floor in this open space. It's really quite interesting, but again, I'm not sure how that necessarily provides a sort of continuous level of activation. It sort of comes in waves, and people appear, people disappear. So I wonder if there's an opportunity there to add sort of that informal public hangout space like you mentioned on the second floor, to help activate that frontage a bit, and again provide more of that flexible space for people, you know, waiting for someone to finish their program or finish their game. That brings me to the colonnade, which I find quite compelling, and it seems to change at times across each frontage, which I think really starts to create interesting moments. Again, as others have mentioned about the lay-by, it being quite large and deep, I think it needs a really close study to make sure all those movements are working. So I echo Jim's comments on the detailed look at that. And then again, the Don Mills frontage, a pedestrian entrance here would be a great addition for pedestrians coming, you know, from the north or from the corner. I think it would really help to animate that widened softscape area that happens as you head north on Don Mills. I do completely understand though the control and visibility issues, especially with all of the change room for the swimming and for the hockey located so close to a door. And then finally, it would be great to understand what programs might work well in the park as adjacencies to your frontage. Just thinking about how that could influence maybe some of the interior programming and some of the landscape finishes for that area that you're working on right now. But great presentation, exciting project. Looking forward to seeing this progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, Jim Melvin.
Thanks very much, Michael. Thank you for your presentation. I'm familiar with your work at Churchill Meadows, so I know how well those kind of colonnade spaces that you're suggesting work around these big buildings. And I think it works specifically on this building quite well, giving the three sides a unique look. And I do think people will walk north to south or south to north, more north to south along Don Mills, and we'll use that colonnade space. I think the parking is trending in the right direction with approximately maybe 150 spots. Without the park being designed, we don't know programming that the people it will bring. I'd like to think that some public art might appear on the site somewhere. And it would be maybe at the Moriama Don Mills entrance on your, what drawing is that, page 12 or something? There's a perspective of that. But the nod with the food court and the warm wood, I think all of that is a good nod toward the indigenous input that you guys receive. I think there might be something a little more, something else that can be added to that program. And I think Matt talked about that. The real disappointment is that this park and this building weren't designed at the same time. I look at the perspective, that section that's along the west side of the building, and it's a pretty straight line, and I think, yeah, that one, pretty straight line to the park. I think that can be mixed together with programming, just as we heard. So it's unfortunate because the park might have some water features, might have splash pad, might have playing fields. In your information at the very start, there were references to cricket fields. I don't know if a cricket field can fit in that space, but if it does, it'll be the whole park. There could be a skate trail outside. There could be playgrounds. There could be multi-use fields and more pickleball facilities. So all of that will impact on how the building reacts to the space. But I think you've left yourself with something that's ambiguous enough that it can handle any of those programs. It's just, I think the city is kind of blowing that by not putting the two together. Other than that, I think this is a really good project. I believe pickleball will take over some of that gymnasium space quite a bit. But well.
Thank you, Jim. The next three are Dima, Meg, and Gordon. Dima, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to echo a lot of the comments that I've already heard. I would really like to commend you on your sustainability strategy. and encourage that to, follow through to the end of the project. I think that's should be one of the main, it is one of the main objectives of having these community centers, is having them be sort of beacons of excellence for sustainability. In terms of the overall design, I think I also agree the colonnade is a wonderful gesture and a wonderful tool to sort of link the site, the building to the site, and interconnect all the streets and the park. I had a question, which I'll sort of ask as a comment, and it's sort of the setback from Don Mills for the colonnade and the way that building angles from the street. I think if you can see it best on the site plan on page 16. I'm wondering whether that's necessary. Like Don Mills is a bit of a challenge. Like on the other side of the street, it banks up, so there is no urbanity to that street at that point. And I feel like the building was in fact closer to the street, the colonnade might engage better with the sidewalk. It might tie in terms of any people moving in. I don't know if there's another reason why that parquet is sort of there in the setback. And I don't know if moving the program a bit more east would give a more generosity. I think looking at just the community spaces that overlook the park, it feels a bit tight and a little constricted. And that's one space that it would be nice if there was a bit more give and a bit more leeway, and maybe even a wider, more colonnade, and to give the project back a sliver of landscape that's along the building and park side that in a way can be designed with the building, because your edge seems to end at your colonnade, and then it's like the unknown of what the park will be. Whereas if there's some way to capture back that edge as part of this project by moving a bit of program northeast, it would be nice to have a bit more generosity in terms of the interior spaces along that park side, and maybe providing additional covered spaces. But in terms of materiality and design and overall the quality of the spaces that are being created, I think the project has a lot to commend. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Meg, followed by Gordon.
Kudos to the design team and to the city. It's beautiful. It's going to be a fantastic building. I agree. The colonnade, I think, is. I myself would not move the building closer to the road to Don Mills. I think the colonnade will be a marvelous place for people to sit at certain times of year. I am a coffee mom, I have no sports children. I did want to, like, it might be neat to have a coffee shop somewhere here, rather than but that's just a thought about, I think improving what is already a spectacular project. It's a very hard, you folks are, the best at these. And I mean that by MGMA, and certainly the city knows plenty too, and you're an amazing team together. I think you've done a masterful job of consolidating. There's lots of bits of this that can't be daylighted and shouldn't, like the waste and loading parking ramp, the EMS station. I think you've done a great job of locating those on the site. The one thing I would say, I do like, it's so like, I'm seduced by the glow that's coming out of the building in the renders, but that doesn't, it's seducing because it's what it's telling us is that there's great transparency. And I think, if it's possible, I think adding an entrance on Don Mills and adding greater transparency to me is likely about removing some program, because I honestly don't know that you've for what you've been given, for what needs to be accommodated in here. I just don't know how you do it better without removing some program. And I don't know that that's in the cards, but I think that that's an observation, an important observation. The texture on the exterior of the building is really important. And so just a note that I think that that's critical to the success of the building in the public realm. That includes the wood and the terracotta and the texture to the terracotta. It also includes the rhythm of the facade design. Other than that, and the coffee, I just reiterate the part about the coffee shop. That's the end of my comments.
Thanks, Meg. And Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a fascinating project. The design review panel has had a long relationship with the community that's growing around this site. And it's great to see the opportunity to see a community building. We've seen lots of residential, mixed use, but to see this as really the jewel that starts to create the community in the site itself. I join the other panel members in terms of commending that there are so many things that are done right in this project, in this design. And I think the panel members have also identified things that still need some work to be done. But this sort of elegant, stately pavilion that you've created, Pavilion on the Park, has this wonderful transparency to it. And I'm going to come back to that in a second to talk about maybe even more steps to fulfill that, because I think there'll be an expectation of permeability and ability to access all of the programs within this project. One of the things I really am intrigued by is activating the park edge, that excellent strategy, which brings me to my next comment, and that is, other members have mentioned this, the park should be designed at the same time. If this is a pavilion in the park and the park's in the pavilion, then they need to be designed at the same time. And the more we do that, the better the overall results will be. And I think thousands of people on this site and around the site are relying on this. So that's the way it should be done. I'll add my voice to the entry from Don Mills. I think that's an extension of the transparency, the sense of promise of accessibility that you put into the design, that something needs to be done in order to be able to fulfill that offering and have an access off of Don Mills as well. Because the building feels very democratic, it should act in a democratic way, and that's where people come from. The colonnade, I applaud the colonnade and the sense that it blurs the skin between the building and the park itself. And that brings me to something else. On the park side, you had this wonderful item in your submission about indoor-outdoor rooms, and I'm curious to see for those community rooms that are on the west side, how they manifest themselves out into the park itself and how they inform the design of the park in that area. The colonnade is a very strong north-south access along that face, and the community rooms could be an east-west influence there too. So I wonder how the outdoor part of each of these rooms, these amenities, manifest themselves out into the park. You talked about the drop-off, Indigenous placekeeping. You've mentioned that. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of that expressed into the design, and then how it influences the outdoor spaces as well. And then finally, when I looked at this building and I looked at the palette, it is so that, again, the word elegant, it dances so lightly. And the muted tones there's a reason for those to be there, but I keep going back to your McBain community project in Niagara Falls, and just those very astute adding of accent colors and vibrance, I think is a kind of physical built form way of emoting the joy and the activity and the exuberance that people playing within. I would say don't shy away from color that counterpoints the muteness in very strategic ways, because again, I think that follows the entire sense of wanting to go into this building that you have built into the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon, and thank you, panel members. I think we've heard a lot of very positive things about this project, its presentation, the aspirations, the clarity of seeing those aspirations expressed in the building, and not least the high aspiration for sustainability that this project represents. So lots of positives about this remarkable project. What have we heard? A jewel that starts the community, dancing elegantly, many great things about it. maybe a few areas of improvement after so many positive comments. Heard by most panel members is the desire to see that entrance on Don Mill studied a little bit further, to see if it's possible to recognize the all three major access points and validate the colonnade on the Don Mill side. The possibility of transparency onto a rink to further animate the Don Mill side, pretty interesting. And maybe at a coffee shop. Consider more acknowledgement of the Indigenous input and see more evidence of those conversations. Comment about the park and the fact that it is a notion at the moment yet to be designed, and there'd be such synergy between the future park design and the west face of the building and its colonnade, and the possibility of having the programs along that west side engage with it more positively, more literally. And I guess there was an interest in seeing more evidence of the possibility of public art on the site and how that might be part of not only the park design, but maybe also the building site design. And we also heard that the muted colors might benefit from some more vibrance, more joy. But with that, very strong support for the direction that this project is going in and the team that's taking it forward from Parks, Forestry and Recreation, as well as from the design team. With that, we end this session. We'll have a 10-minute break and resume at 2:45.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Have a good day.
Hello, everyone. If you're there, if you could please turn on your camera so I know you're there. We'll wait another minute for panel members to rejoin. Okay. Anna, I'll start because we don't want to be respectful of the time. So welcome. My name is Meg Graham. I'm co-chair of the Design Review Panel, and I'll be chairing this session today. Today is Wednesday, December 11th, 2024. This is agenda item 2, the Growing Glencairn Study. Welcome, and thank you for participating. What we're going to look at now is a study and city area review, as well as the first review of the Growing Glencairn study. There is 1 hour and 25 minutes scheduled for the review. It is a formal review session, but there's no vote taken at the end. Staff have 10 minutes for their presentation. This will be followed by a 20-minute presentation from the proponent. A 35-minute panel discussion will follow these presentations. The session is being live streamed on YouTube and is also being recorded. The recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel tomorrow. I'm now going to do a roll call, and when I call your name, if you could please confirm or let us know whether you have a conflict of interest with the project. So starting with Gordon Stratford.
Here, no conflict.
Michael Leckman.
No conflict.
Dima Cook.
Here, no conflict.
Jim Goff.
Here, no conflict.
Jessica Hutchin.
Present, no conflict.
Joe Lobko.
Here, no conflict.
Anna Madeira is not. Anna, are you here? Anna Madeira? No. Heather Rolston.
You're in no conflict.
Jim Melvin.
Here and no conflict.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Some reminders before we get started. For panel members, don't forget the staff questions and to provide commentary on both issues of concern and appreciation. I will give a 1 minute verbal signal when you have, or a verbal signal when you have 1 minute to wrap up your presentation. And without further ado, let's please begin with the staff presentation.
Afternoon. My name is Erica Ivanek, and I'm a senior planner on the Strategic Initiatives team in the City Planning Division. I'm here with Miriam Sabzavari, a senior urban designer on the study, and together we will provide the staff component of the study, followed by the city's consultants, O2 Planning and Design. I'm also joined with my co-lead on the study, Valeria Maurizio, and other city staff as well on this work. So first, a little bit of background. Where did the study originate? As part of the city's official plan update, formerly called a municipal comprehensive review, the city is required to delineate and plan for the approximately 180 major transit station areas and protected major transit station areas across the city. So through this work, Glencairn was identified as needing a local planning study to meet the planned density target, which for subway stations such as Glencairn, as you're aware, is a minimum of 200 people and jobs per hectare, really to maximize the number of transit users using the station and transit investment. So while this density target while the growth plan is no longer in effect, this density target is carried forward in the provincial planning statement 2024. So the city still has this requirement. And in Glencairn, as of 2021, the study area density is approximately 65 to 70 people and jobs per hectare. So not taking into account recent approved and proposed development. Also, the protected major transit station areas north and south of our study area, and it's overlapping to some extent for Lawrence West and Eglinton West. Those are currently with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for a decision. And the other main impetus for the study is the fact that the area is currently experiencing a high level of development interest, particularly between Marley and Glencairn Station. Next slide, please. So our study area is approximately 800 meters surrounding Glencairn subway station. There you can see the 500 meters from the two different entrances. The study area stretches to Lawrence, to Dalemount on the east, the Beltline on the south, Times Road, Corona and Capital on the west. And then we have broader study areas identified with respect to our work on mobility, parks and open space, as well as community services and facilities. So with respect to the purpose of the study, so first off, the intent is to bring the lands into conformity with provincial policies and legislation. But in addition to that, we really want to ensure that the growth contributes to the creation of a complete community in this area and in line with the city's official plan policies, guidelines. And as part of that, that includes identifying the required investments, both in physical infrastructure, but also in community services and facilities and amenities to really support that growth, healthy living, and complete communities in this area. So it's really an integrated, comprehensive study. And finally, we're looking to embed climate change resilience into this overall strategy, working towards the city's goal of net zero by 2040. And on the right, you can see the integrated components of the study, ranging from land use, housing, and density to build form, mobility and public realm, parks and open space, community services and facilities, environment sustainability, and also municipal serving to support the growth. In terms of the timeline and the phasing for the study, we're currently deep into phase 1. So it's going to be about 2 years overall, broken into 3 phases as per a lot of our typical studies. Phase 1 is our background analysis and visioning. So we're currently in that phase, working together and assess existing conditions and working towards developing a vision and guiding principles for this work. And to inform that, in addition to our data collection and analysis, phase 1 has included both virtual and in-person public engagement events. We've also held kickoff meetings with a technical advisory committee and a community services and facilities working group. And we've established a community advisory circle made up of local residents and community organizations. And then we're here today to get your feedback as well at this early stage. And then noting that we have a separate stream of Indigenous engagement also underway as part of this work. So we're working towards phase 2 in terms of options analysis, where we'll develop and assess different options for growth and identify a preferred option for moving forward. We are also planning to return to the design review panel at that time. And then finally, developing our preferred option and a path to implementing that, including the appropriate planning instruments to implement that vision and principles. So with that, I'll pass it over to Miriam, who will provide some additional context on the area.
Thanks, Erica. So some background in terms of what exists in the context. We have Allen Road, which kind of dissects the study area. divides it in two half east and west of Allen Road. We have Glencairn Street and Glencairn Avenue and Viewmount Avenue that have the station entrances in there. We have Marley Avenue that has the majority of the retail that is sort of concentrated in that street and has a little bit of a more urban feel to it, but it does have frontage that includes some street parking, and it's a little bit more extended in terms of setback, but predominantly a 2-story, 1 to 2-story kind of retail frontage on Marley. And the majority of the area is low density developments and small pockets of apartment buildings. And we have the Beltline Trail that is on the south side of our study boundary, and the Allen Greenway that is adjacent to Allen Road. The official plan designations kind of correspond with what exists today. So it does inform the existing uses in the area. There is the apartment neighborhood area with some tower in the park or tower in the parking typology. There's also a pocket of apartment neighborhood on the north side of the study area, but predominantly with low-rise apartment buildings. Some new developments with townhouses and some tall buildings that we see around Allen Street. Marley, as I said, there is a 1 to 2-story kind of predominant retail frontage, and some are more setback and have parking in front. We do have a few large parks in the area, so they are some connected, some disconnected from each other. We also have, as I mentioned, low-rise density all around for the rest of the area. We discussed development activity with DRP in an earlier session, and what we've heard was the importance of green spaces and connecting the green spaces, especially through Allen Road, and finding those gaps between within the green space network and facilities. We also heard from DRP to consider some opportunities in terms of block patterns and moving growth towards transit hubs and Allen Road, as well as maintaining the retail character along Marley. We also appreciate comments about connecting open spaces and having diverse uses for these open spaces. And these were some of the feedback that we've received, and we would appreciate your feedback today as well. I will hand off the presentation to the applicant team now. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you very much. Yes, over to the applicant team, and you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Just for logistics, I will be presenting, correct? Or was that because we had submitted the presentation back? I wasn't sure if somebody was presenting the deck. That's fine. I can present the deck. I just wanted to make sure. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. And should I? No. Second, please. Okay. I trust everyone can see.
Not yet. No.
Kieran, if you need me to share, I can share from my end. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I apologize. I don't know why this is not working. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Erica. Okay. In the interest of time and understanding that we've already framed a lot of the context, I will try to get through a lot of these slides as quickly as possible. I'm also going to be co-presenting with Ute Mayajan-Batista, who's going to be running through our SWOT analysis. So the following slides are really a summary of a lot of the existing conditions overlay that has already been presented, but in a little bit more in depth about some of the analysis that's been emerging as we go forward. So next slide, please. And we can keep going, Erica. Thank you. Again, existing conditions. We're hoping to leave a bit of discussion following the SWOT for some fruitful discussion. And I understand questions have already been submitted, so that's great. Next slide, please. Existing conditions has been generally summarized into these 6 key categories right now, and cover a range of really important components that have already been discussed, but we're getting much more fruitful discussion from the engagement touch points, which is something that I wanted to just raise going ahead. Next slide, please. So where we start is a really important chapter of the study is to look at other intensification areas around the city, neighborhoods experiencing similar growth patterns, and what we are working with. What is unique about this, which I know the panel is probably widely aware of, is that we're working within a block structure, which is relatively common and quite robust within this neighborhood. Uniquely subdivided, though, by the Allen, which lends it to be different in its evolution to that of other parts of the city. Next slide, please. And what we can really see about that is that the transit stations themselves are devoid or almost removed from the urban blocks, and the arterial street network. So that has essentially left Glencairn in a bit of a freeze up until about recent, when you really see development pressure focusing in on the potential of the area. Next slide, please. What we do see on the ground is a pretty robust and strong grid network, obviously, which is not uncommon for this part of the city, despite the fact that it is bisected by the Allen, which is obviously a common theme that you'll hear today. But it is also serviced by a number of arterial roads that really help to provide pretty great mobility in and around the study area. We have minor arterials that bisect the site through the neighborhood context, and a series of local streets that provide that framework. Serviced really well by transit, and that will only improve with the Eglinton Crosstown coming online. Next slide, please. However, what is actually quite revealing here is that we actually have a bit of a devoid with regard to active transportation, particularly in comparison to other parts of the neighboring community. We have this sort of bisected active transportation routes and trail networks that really could help from more connectivity, as we've heard. But what's also really interesting is that we have a lot of local streets within the study area that have no sidewalks at all. So this really further complicates the connections, the critical connections to amenities, and as well to transit stations. Next slide, please. And so what we're seeing here in terms of built form, as Eric has alluded to, is that there's been a lot of development pressure as of recent, and a lot of that trend is actually focused on the west side of the Allen, in between Marley and the Allen. And this is a really interesting situation that has emerged recently, but it's also tied to the direct connectivity to the 2 stations, Lawrence West and Glencairn Station. There has been some intensification as well happening within the tower community, existing tower community, which is an interesting unto itself. Next slide, please. And then when we look at density overall, we really understand that there is a variety of overall density and typologies within the study area. What is coming online in the purple is a much higher level of density being proposed in the development pipeline than what has historically been there. So it gives rise to a lot of the concerns that are being raised by the community about how density is going to interact with the existing condition. Next slide, please. And when we go to looking at this pink gradient, we really begin to understand that there is an array of types, but what is being proposed in terms of the high-rise apartments is actually really out of character in terms of the architectural disposition as it is related to the rest of the study area. So and that is vis-a-vis also a large swath of this area, almost 71% of the land uses being dedicated to single family homes. So the change is coming quick, and it is something that has raised a lot of eyebrows. Next slide, please. When we do look at parkland, it's important to note that the study area is relatively well serviced by parks. It is also complemented by a number of parks that, larger parks that are situated just outside of the study area that complement its use. Now, that being said, the areas in the purple really show an potential for improvement of park access, really pockets that are actually sitting outside of a 500-meter catchment area of a medium park or greater. So we're also looking at the study as an opportunity to help address some of those concerns and deficiencies. Next slide, please. And when we look at climate change, as dovetails and builds on that story, I think it's also important to note that there is this is one of several of our graphics that go to identify what some of the climate risks are. There's a clear divide between the west and the east side of the Allen, where the tree canopy itself, as one of several measures of climate health, is really identified and highlighted. The west side is really more prone to heat vulnerability and reduced ecology and biophilic potential on that side. And it is also something that was raised through our recent round of public engagement. Next slide, please. And part of our investigation, again, early days, is really to look at other vestiges or references and acknowledgement of that of natural heritage, ways that we can bolster and give strength to the park systems. And again, this is at early stage, but we wanted to acknowledge and pay an homage to that or acknowledge just at least that of the history of natural heritage disappearing, which is again is not uncommon to this part of the city, but what it is that that this overlay can then later on potentially evoke in terms of options as we move into phase 2. Next slide, please. So we've touched a little bit about community services and facilities. This is just a consolidated slide of looking at the inventory of a wide variety of community services that exist within the area. It is pretty well served, I have to say. That said, that we have been engaged with services and facilities and have understood a little bit more of the dynamic of areas that could be rendered to be improved. Again, this is of servicing the existing condition and the existing constituency. What we are noticing is that with increased services and highlight of intensification really happening within the core along Marley, that area is really not serviced that well, but also that we understand there's a clustering of servicing along Dufferin. And as we understand, Dufferin is going through its own revitalization and intensification. This may lead to then relocation needs of some of the services that exist along the west side of the study area. We hope that the study can also help to address some of those concerns and relocation of some of those services. For the next series of slides, I'm going to pass it to Ute.
Thank you so much, Kieran, and thank you, Erica, for handling this slide deck. So I will walk you as quick as possible through a series of SWOT analysis that we did at different levels of infrastructure, mobility, open space, and sustainability. So next slide, you can see that the strengths of the urban structure is that we have an emerging and existing and a continuously evolving core at Marley, the Marley corridor. We do have a range of housing typologies that are already existing on the west side of the island with a series of apartment neighborhood designations that range from walk-up apartments to towers, which build into the diversity of housing that we find on the west side of the island. The weaknesses is that the island divides what used to be a single unit neighborhood. In its division, both neighborhoods have evolved differently through time, and we don't find the same diversity of housing typologies on the east side of the island. Next slide, please. So from the opportunities that we see is that we can continue to enhance and support that emerging node at Glencairn and Marley. We see an enormous opportunity to deliver a range of housing opportunities that continue to introduce gentle density as well as kind of a more intensified form that comes in close proximity to the transit station entrances. The threats that we see is that the island creates a dichotomy of two very different neighborhoods, and there will be an unbalanced structure on the east side of the island, and how we bridge that through land use and any other streetscape and open space opportunities will be part of the challenge that we are foreseeing. As far as mobility, next slide, please. We see that the strength and the beauty of the city is that it has a grid network that's really flexible to permit circulation and many different forms of mobility. We do have 7 bridges on the island, which really try to stitch the community together. We have access to 3 subway stations, one of the island being the Island Avenue West, and 2 of Glencairn, one on Rainy and one not Rainy, that's further north, one on Glencairn and one on Beaumont. The weaknesses is that obviously the island once again provides a stop to what was original ample circulation between the 2 neighborhoods. The ramp access to the island creates a physical barrier as well on the northern side of the study area. And we still have a very interesting auto-dominated situation in which the west side of the community, and we continue to work on the demographics, may be more dependent on vehicular movement rather than the east side, and it speaks to the diversity of demographics of incomes and where people works that really creates a different condition. As opportunities, we see the opportunity to reimagine the role of existing public streets to function and bolster that connectivity back to the transit station. We see the opportunity to take advantage at the strategic locations and thinking of how we embolden these cross sections. We see the amazing opportunity to continue and really bolster that Island Greenway connection along the island on both sides of the island. And then through this, and really enhance the pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, which right now, as Karen mentioned, it's not fully complete with streets not having any pedestrian space or being too narrow to really be comfortable. Threats is that we have a mishmash of inconsistent road widths and not a single strategy moving forward on streetscapes and the different hierarchies of and impetus on that front. I have to expedite my speaking terms. So on land use and build form, the strengths are really that the street and block pattern is fundamental on how it allows for that flexibility of morphing and changing into different land use opportunities. We have, as I mentioned, an existing range of uses on the west. and we see the opportunity to intensify the mixed uses on the west side of the island. The weaknesses is once again that unbalance. The opportunities include enhancing and introducing further typologies on the east. Sorry, Meg, did you give me the 1 minute? Oh no, okay. So I'm still okay. So we see the opportunity to balance that built form typology, especially on the residential front. The threats is that obviously the island once again introduces that the divergence, but the reliance on not consolidation on either side once it's proposed will may result in on remnant or undevelopable parcels. So it will be incumbent to this plan to really kind of put parameters to avoid having kind of missing or holdouts within that development pattern. As far as next slide, as far as kind of initial, and this is very preliminary, land use and build farm intensifications, we see kind of two emerging patterns. One is the nodal idea that will expand from that intersection of Marley, the subway station on Lawrence, and it kind of expand radiate from that. And the other one being kind of basically formed by the box of Glencairn, Beaumont, Marley, and the park. And kind of radiate from those two entrances to the subway station, with the other kind of trend that we can see being more of a linear corridor strategy that's very, very, very familiar in the rest of the city, and kind of infilling in between, obviously with an intensity that's grows in density close to the transit station entrances. As far as open space, I think there's absolutely amazing opportunities, but the strength is that once again, we have the street and block pattern. We have an area that's very well served for current needs, not future. We have a number of parks and recreational facilities. The weaknesses is that, and from the public realm perspective, is that the right of ways are really constrained, and considering public realm as an integral part of the open space system, that will be a challenge. And obviously the bridges bridging over the island are really constrained as well.
Ute, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, so as opportunities, and I think I will leave it at this. This is the most, and I think, incredible opportunity, and where we think we can bridge the gap through a series of different proposals over the island. We also see the opportunity to set up a parkland acquisition in areas that coincide with disappearing rivers, but also coincide with the gaps in walkability. And as far as environmental and sustainability, the next slides really speak to the discrepancy between urban canopy and how we can bridge that, which is the tale of these two neighborhoods. So the discussion and the emerging directions that we will see as we move forward is how we support a vibrant core along Marley, how we improve the mobility network, how we stitch the two neighborhoods together, what sustainable design practice we can incorporate. And we have put forward a series of questions for you that we can really tackle in the next segment of our presentation. And I won't take you time on the next steps as Erica has already outlined where we are going next.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move into questions of clarification. We have 12 minutes for that. If you could please raise your virtual hand, I'll call on you as I see your hands. Okay, Dima, please. And then Michael, and then Joe.
A couple of quick questions. When you were doing your community engagement, I was just curious as to whether the community saw themselves as one community or as two communities. Like, did Alan kind of create kind of two separate community identities? And as a sort of a follow-up question, in your studies, like, where where's the heart of this neighborhood? Or is there two hearts, one on the east, one on the west, like beyond Marley? Like, is that really where the heart, like where do people identify as the heart of their neighborhood?
I can take the first step, Dima, if you don't mind. And in our conversations with the public, and we just had a big open house, not in terms of really kind of identifying themselves as one community or the other came up, but in how people refer to the development opportunities on either side of the island became very evident to some of the residents, and we are still summarizing the survey. That there's a sense of why they don't get the same development type of intensity, why they don't. So there's certain sense of being different or very distinctive units of neighborhoods. And so that's just anecdotal, and we will confirm as we summarize the extensive survey, which we had received many answers to. And
Thank
the
you.
second question, what was it? Can you remind me, Dima?
Well, I'll ask well, the second question is where does the community see itself as its heart? Like, where is their kind of like identity? Where do they see that heart of the community?
I think the heart emerged at Marley, and Marley because of its unique kind of locational, which is a big asset and a big issue as far as being really one of the few north-south connectors that link Lawrence to Elgrington if you don't want to engage with the island. And having that mixed use at its core, it always kind of emerges as that little center of activity in very close proximity to the two entrances to the subway station. While the east side, it relies more on their open space, beautiful park as kind of the core of their neighborhood, kind of mental core. It's Marley and Glencairn really. They're at the center of the west side of the community.
Thank you. Joe.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very intriguing area to understand in terms of its the dynamic that's going on there now. And I appreciate that the focus is on a kind of a long-term plan. My question is really in your engagement with the community thus far and in your own thinking and work thus far, how much effort have you put into how we get from where we are today to some kind of, 20 years from now, what might it look like in an area that's mostly single family homes that's going, or at least portions of which will go through some form of transition? Has that come up a lot? And I haven't, I didn't hear, I think, evidence of thinking about that kind of transition implementation aspect of it in this kind of place. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I think in the emerging, and very briefly, sorry for just breezing over the two kind of evolution intensification slides that we presented. We're starting to craft that implementation and ideation of how not only how the heart will evolve and develop, but how the transitions and how the different kind of gentle intensity models may look like as they kind of expand into the hinterland of what forms the edges of our core study area. So we will enter in phase 2 through the process of really understanding not only the heart, but how it transitions from the different hearts. And maybe the node at Lauren also creates a little bit of that transitional kind of strategy that we will very much like to incorporate. So it needs to be part of the study and needs to be built into the policy that's developed. So it's not just about the core, but the entirety of the area.
Hey, I'm going to just add a little bit to that. That was very helpful, and it was a really good question, Joe. I think one of the consternations that we've been having is also just this whole planning education, even with the community advisory group about the scope of the study. So they're really taken back by the scale of the current development proposals, and sort of educating them that this is a wider study about longer range planning is key in the face of some of that, but also that how the province has dictated some of this and how the city is responding. So the councillor has been really good about setting the framework, and so is this team about just really identifying that this is an opportunity for you to help guide that density, that there is change coming, but the scale and the magnitude of it is part of this whole study. So there's been an education piece that has really um, um, really been concentrated in the first few touch points of engagement. So
Thank you. Michael.
Thanks, Meg. A couple of questions. On your drawing 26 of the document that we got, I noticed that there's a hatch which is parkland acquisition opportunities, and there are, I see two, one sort of on the east, south, northeast, and southwest. I think that's all I can see based on that. And I wondered, had you speculated about something working at a larger scale? In other words, the equivalent of the built form diagrams, which are speculative, a similar one addressing the real insufficiency of park space and in the neighborhood. Had you done a kind of a park space, parkland open space conceptual diagram? Because I right now the only change in I'm seeing is the two relatively small parkland acquisitions.
Thank you, Michael, for the question. So the two nodal parkland acquisition hatches are not to scale and have not been sized to address the growth that we will experience. So we in phase 2 we will kind of model and map out, run the pro forma of the intensification and calculate the parkland requirements. So you're absolutely right. It won't be those two little kind of single blocks. They will grow. However, the locational and maybe it's fortuitous and good luck. The locational criteria where those two hatch areas have been identified coincide with the gap analysis and walkability to existing parks, but also coincides with some of the disappearing rivers. Not that potentially a river can be daylighted at this specific point, but tying back the history and the commemoration of the disappearing rivers, or potentially in looking into other strategies that really look into a more wholesome and fulsome this rediscovery of our rivers, it's there. So that's the impetus of those two locations. The other idea is to really reanalyze and rethink how these two communities can be stitched together, and not to say that as maybe Dima was already alluding to, maybe it's they have been separated for so long that maybe they don't want to be stitched together, but there is that historical background, background and the potential of maybe restitching and maybe that's another option.
If it's okay, thank you. If it's okay, just to have an addendum to that, which is to say, every city that experienced massive transportation growth in the 40s to 70s, like we did, has a blight like this through its city, a great gash, and I'm sure we're not the first city to try to address it from a granular perspective, but also a civic scale perspective. And particularly those edges that are against this now growing community. do you see as part of your process looking around the world to see how people have addressed these great gashes, these great blights, and understanding what can be learned from them?
We certainly have started to look at manners in which different cities have addressed the scarring of the blight of the 70s. And they arrange for anything from bridges and deck parks, and really kind of capitalizing on the asset and really transforming it. It has many different shapes and forms. They are usually not as I guess budget conscious as just having a land parkland land available to you, but they are really interesting options, and we are planning to bring them forward as just a fulsome exploration.
Sorry, we're gonna have to thank you so much for that. We have one more question that I want to get out before we get into discussion. Gordon?
Yes, thank you. I just want to pick up on something that was mentioned earlier. Where is the east side's equivalent of Marley, the downtown of Marley?
There actually isn't one right now. So, and Bathurst is actually evolving, and like in terms of a commercial corridor at a different rate as Dufferin. So it's actually there isn't one on the east side.
Is that relative to the boundaries of the study, or is it beyond that? They don't even have.
It's beyond that, Gordon. I think, I don't know if it was by design that they don't have it.
Yeah, because I was wondering whether we're dealing with, on the west side, a neighborhood that can identify a quote unquote downtown, which just happens to be off-centered, maybe to the edges of that neighborhood. And then on the east side, we're actually at the edges, the outer edges of a neighborhood. And just trying to see then whether the incursion of higher density into the east side is just a minor bubble around the of density around the stations, but the rest of it, I can't quite describe it, but I'm trying to understand what we're actually dealing with, and whether how off-centered the hearts of these neighborhoods are. Anyhow, that was my question. Thank you.
Uta, did you want to speak to that briefly?
Sure, maybe it comes up in the discussion. It's just that they are completely off center. There's no heart, no core for the east, really.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. Briefly summarizing, thank you so much for your presentation. This is the Growing Glencairn study, our first review of it here. This is the area bordered by or bounded by Dufferin to the west, Bathurst to the east, Eglinton to the south, and Lawrence to the north. It's a community relatively well served by high order transit and cycling infrastructure, with its heart as discovered along Marley, but divided by the Allen and seeing densification in the form of both mid-rise and high-rise development. How to grow and develop this community properly and sustainably within the area and across the Allen is the focus of the work. We're going to move into panel discussion now. I think Anna, have you returned? No. Okay. So we've got 8 panelists and 35 minutes. So if you could so please keep yourselves to 4 minutes each. That would be great, as we're a little bit over time at this moment. We're going to go, in this order: Jim Melvin, Heather Rolston, Joe Lobko, Jessica Hutchin, Jim Goff, Dima Cook, Michael Leckman, and then Gordon Stratford. So Jim Melvin, if you could start us off, please. Jim, sorry, we can't hear you.
Thank you for that honor. Thank you for the presentation. This is a very timely study, as we're getting pressure from the Ontario government to make densities change. And with, we've got a a structure of a city that we don't want to destroy while we continue building. I'm going to refer to pages 24 and 26 that were on the drawings, and on the first thing I wanted to talk about was the area that's Brenner Park. I think Brenner Park has an opportunity to span the ditch. And you mentioned in your presentation that you might be spanning the ditch. I'm calling Allen Road a ditch. You might be spanning the ditch. And I think no matter what growth happens, there is insufficient park space to to be had. So we have to create more park space. And I think because the nodal or the what's your other, the corridor development, the are focused in that area. I think that would be something wise to consider. I do prefer the corridor development as shown on page, I think that's 17, the urban structure. I think that's it. Which
Yep. 17.
yeah, that with the small areas between the west side of the Ellen and what's proposed as a corridor, I think you can even develop more green space that would connect with the to almost the park in the northwest. And if I was going to look at road or park intensive roads, I would choose, what's the one north of Glengrove Avenue? Glengrove Avenue, because it has a bridge that crosses it. And when you look at the development potential that you've outlined, it almost comes up to Glengrove. And I think you could make Glengrove a green street as such on both sides of the Allen. So in essence, I think you should concentrate where your development is in the with mid-rise and walk-ups rather than towers. So those would be my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the package. It's clear that a lot of study has gone into the area, and I really appreciate the way you've sort of outlaid the challenge for us. And yes, I think you know, the Allen being a ditch is definitely a challenge, but the corollary to that is that the bridge experience can be a big opportunity, as you've highlighted in the package as well, for pedestrians and cyclists, a kind of multimodal solution. And I'll just say what springs to mind for me is just the lower Donlands that are, you know, in construction here, and just the bridges there have gone a long way to really add personality and an identity to that area. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's in a way I was slightly disappointed to read that the area is well served by schools and parks already, as you know, that as a finding in your study, because since this area is under huge amounts of development pressure, you know, what are we going to ask these developments to give back to the community? So I think that's part of why you're coming to the panel and you're doing this study. I do think that Marley on the west side can be a bit of a high street, and it makes sense because it terminates in the Lawrence Allen Center Mall. And so to, you know, for us together with you to push those emerging developments that are asking for approval to really pay attention to the public realm is going to be a task for us. I also think the idea of green being a kind of connective tissue. You highlighted the multi-use pathway on the east side of the Allen that's starting to emerge, and we've seen a couple of projects that are potentially going to contribute to that. But with the idea of the disappearing rivers, I think that's had limited success in Toronto, I would say, with respect to Tattle Creek, and in my neighborhood, there's Garrison Creek. It really just, in my view anyway, there's public art that sort of comes out of that. There's a few kind of low walls in my neighborhood that start to trace the previous Garrison Creek. But if you could find a way to do it in a more green way, that again starts to bring people through the neighborhood, I think that would be great. Like Jim, I prefer the corridor approach versus the node approach. I hadn't actually considered Jim's idea of a big, park bridging the Allen, in which case the node might make sense, but I think that the corridor option has a more fighting chance, again, with this idea of a kind of high street and injecting as much as we can into the public realm of this neighborhood. And I also think maybe you should just embrace the idea that there are two sides to this neighborhood, and that's really just the way that it is, and kind of that element could be underscored going forward. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Super. Thank you, Heather. Joe.
Thanks. This is, I think, a really important study in terms of the future growth of the city. A bit of a test case. I haven't seen a study quite like this where over 70% of the area is single family homes within real close proximity to higher order transit, and obviously therefore under incredible pressure. So it raises lots and lots of issues, and I appreciate the work thus far. I think there are a lot of, in particular, I think there's a lot of good graphics that help us kind of understand the dynamics that are emerging, but I'm going to make some suggestions about additional graphics that I think are really essential. I want to start with the east versus west side discussion, and picking up of something that Heather just said. I think they are, and candidly what Jim suggested. I would agree with Heather that they are very different, first of all, and I think the team has already identified that. The West has the huge advantage of Marley Avenue connecting Lawrence to Eglinton as a kind of anchor. And so to me, that's that Marley as the anchor and the space between Marley and the Allen Expressway as the core focus of intensification seems logical to me. That seems like the logical way to go, rather than, for example, one of the big challenges is you rezone this entire study area and just see what happens. I think that would lend itself to a very unsettled transition period. And so I think one of the biggest challenges is not simply describing an end game. By end game, I mean, within a decade or two, but also describing how you get to that end game in a way that retains a livable community while you're doing it. So I think the west side has a number of advantages because of Marley. The east side has the advantage of that very substantial park. And I think Jim's thought about appreciating there's expense involved here, but the idea of a park bridging the Allen at that point, to me, has the advantage of introducing that park to the west side, and helping to link the neighborhood and providing access of the east side residents more easily in a walkable way to the anchor that is Marley, and that perhaps over time becomes even more of an anchor. High Street, I think somebody mentioned earlier. I think the Allen is it's a challenge to deal with it for sure. I think the other thing I think a couple of people have mentioned, maybe Jim did, was or I think maybe it was Michael. I think there's a huge importance to an open space strategy here. If we go to Waterfront Toronto as a kind of example or an exemplar, leading with landscape. One of the things to me is what's in it for the people that live there just now, other than the disruption and chaos of redevelopment, lots of construction. So, I would recommend that the city strongly consider, like Waterfront Toronto does, leading with landscape here, that it take the initiative, not wait for developers to do this, but take the initiative of creating and enhancing park space around which intensification can happen. And that might take its shape in a variety of ways. One or two immediate options or opportunities that occurs to me is Jim's idea of taking the East Park, bridging it across to the west side, which has a number of potential advantages. But also the park that's on the west side, but and west of Marley on the north part of the plan, that park could also extend eastward and towards the Allen and become a kind of anchor green space in, let's call it a north precinct and a south precinct along the corridor. But I think that that anchor of public space that's delivered early in the project that brings amenity and benefit to people that are there now and demonstrates and kind of complements the accessibility of transit with public open space. And then people can perhaps start to understand the logic of this place becoming more intense. I would strongly recommend that rather than what I'm seeing in the graphics at the moment is what I would call a kind of hit and miss notion of development in a north-south direction. I think the team should just embrace Marley from Eglinton all the way to Lawrence, and that east of Marley all the way up is a zone for intensification, some of which has already been intensified. And that may correspond to greenways along the Allen. The relationship to the Allen of development is something that really needs to be examined and tested. It potentially is a way to link pedestrians to transit, both at Lawrence, at Eglinton, and at Glencairn. And in a cross-sectional way, provides a buffer to higher density development along the Allen. So I think a series of cross-sections along there would be really helpful. And so I would imagine graphics that describe a series of development scenarios 10 to 20 years down the road, supplemented, however, with here's what it looks like in year 3. Here's what it looks like in year 6. Here's what it looks like in year 9. These are speculative diagrams, but they might help the people in the community kind of understand, well, here's how we're going to get there. And that the entire study area is not immediately upzoned. I think that would be highly disruptive, destabilizing, worrisome, and I can understand that. So I think that a kind of staged approach is really critical. And then my final comment would be, I continue to look for and hope for from city staff and from the consultant teams they engage, more metrics that come along with these kinds of studies. And what I mean by that very specifically is And I know there are some metrics here that are very helpful. I really appreciated that. But comparative analysis of one neighborhood in Toronto to another, overall density now, overall density projected, park space now per person, park space projected per person, school space now per person, school space projected per person, transportation capacity now, transportation capacity projected, social service support capacity. You know, like we need to be thinking of in terms of complete communities, you know, not simply, you know, it's just all about condominiums or apartment buildings everywhere. And so I would just encourage over time that city staff think a lot more about how to bring metrics along to help us understand comparatively how neighborhoods compare to one another, how we can learn lessons, and how to candidly evaluate where we're going and what the opportunities are. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thanks. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's such an interesting area, and I really enjoyed your analysis of the existing conditions. It was quite informative. I think given that the study area has gone through fairly big changes before in the 40s and then in the sort of 60s and 70s, it would be really interesting to see that historical evolution of the built form to sort of better understand why areas like Marley, you know, developed where and when they did. You know, I'll admit I went down a wormhole of historical aerial images when reviewing this project because it is such an interesting area, especially when you start talking about this idea of stitching, you know, stitching back together a community that was once whole. So then when thinking, my initial thoughts when this idea of stitching came up, I started thinking about like wildlife crossings in Western Canada and how do you make connections or bridges impactful to the users, right? You know, we know what to do for animals and how to make them work, but you know, what would be really meaningful here? You know, it's a major investment. So if it is where maybe the station entrances are, or if it is where, you know, Brenner Park is, you know, it's worth further study to really, you know, figure out what the right size and function those would serve. And then talking about green streets and really looking at, I understand, you know, there's these sort of varying right-of-way dimensions and, you know, a lot of different conditions, but, you know, really analyzing where green streets and could be implemented through sort of widening of right-of-ways to support the introduction of new trees to really help with that heat vulnerability, you know, securing that early on. Can have the biggest impact in terms of trees that'll continue into the future. But really exciting study. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Jim Goff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentations. This is obviously a really constricted area in terms of vehicular access, and there are few, if any, major expansions possible for that mode. The presentation puts forward the arterial grid around the study area as being a strength, but really those streets are too far away to help in terms of access to this localized node. So really the only streets we're talking about are Marley and Glencairn, both of which are only 2 lanes. And the community surrounding Allen Road is notoriously concerned regarding traffic issues. You know, they just always are highly aware of anything happening. So those things combine to me to say the strategy has to be very, very strong on self-containment as well as transit and cycling and walking access enhancements. So, you know, I would start with like the words you're using. Pedestrian friendly to me really doesn't cut it for this area. You know, that sounds, you know, kind of kumbaya-ish. I think it needs to be at least pedestrian focused. So I would start using those words instead. And I would be planning for things like cantilevered sidewalks on the view mount and Glencairn bridges across the Allen in the shorter term and wider bridges in the longer term. That would give you better access to the subway for pedestrians and cyclists. And I think that's a major initiative that needs to happen. So that's one thing I would ask the developers for now is the funding for that for the future. And all this discussion about knitting the two halves together, I think by improving the east-west access to the subway station, you're implicitly knitting the two halves together. You know, if you build it, they will come and they will cross that divide. So building on that, I think the sidewalk network absolutely must be completed and expanded throughout this area. And new developments really should be required to be including space for viable trees to address that tree canopy deficit. And they need a plan to support them, not just plant them and forget about them. Finally, I think I would ask TTC to be thinking about an express bus running between Eglinton and Lawrence at the very least to connect this area to the ECLRT and to the Lawrence buses. It's just too far to walk, you know, and I mean, you can hop on the subway, but the more options you give people, the better. Finally, I would also support Joe's comments regarding intensification along Marley and all the comments I've heard about greening of the area. All of those things should be explored. Thank you.
Jim, sorry, the express bus was where?
I would run it probably on Marley between Lawrence and Eglinton.
Thank
You know,
you.
as a minimum. It'll go further, I'm sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Dima.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to pick up on Jim's comments. The note I had written myself was the first thing, if this is about intensification spurred by TTC and transit access, and yet the access to transit is terrible in the sense of the experience of getting there. Those bridges feel a bit like an East-West exchange in the Cold War where you'd exchange your prisoners. Like it really needs a lot of you know, that it's not a chore to go there, that those connections become so essential. Everybody's been walking on those bridges in any case to get to the TTC. So how do those bridges then become really those interconnection between the neighborhoods, whether they get, well, enlarged, certainly improved, made more green and enjoyable. The other bit that I was looking at with Marley, it's a street that doesn't really have a clearly defined street frontage or street wall. And now is sort of an opportunity in this project to actually say what will Marley be in the future. It goes in and out a lot. Some buildings having a lot of parking in front of them, others come up to the street. With all the new development that's happening now, is a sort of time to envision like, what are the sidewalk widths we want there? What are the street trees we want there? Is it going to be a green boulevard going up? What bike facilities will be added to Marley to really make it the street it can be? And I would encourage, you know, sort of in the study of looking where to put densification. I mean, we went through a workshop for the mid-rise design guidelines, spending a lot of time talking about sunlight access to streets, to take that into consideration as well. Like now's the time to sort of look at that, understand the impacts of intensification in this neighborhood and what sunlight impacts will be done. And just finally, I'm not 100% clear. Like I like I think the vertical, like the avenue study. You know, which slide number it is certainly the one I would go for. I'm not clear why there's a gap between Glencairn and the apartment neighborhood. I'd just take it all the way north-south and really build that north-south character of Marley. And without a better connection east-west, I think the intensification on the east side may end up being more challenging. So though they really emphasizes how important making Glencairn and Viewmount truly wonderful pedestrian, comfortable access back and forth, where one doesn't really feel like is, you know, being swept into this weird no man's land of between two neighborhoods. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I have that much to add to. I want to really strongly support both Dima, your comments, Joe, and your suggestion of leading with landscape, Jim. You know, regarding the traffic impacts. Maybe I'll go at a different angle and say, I mean, I'm still remaining highly shocked, frankly, at the kind of density that's being proposed in this quintessentially Toronto street grid, low-rise neighborhood. And I remain surprised now, as I did at the first presentation, to see the juxtaposition of scales. And it reminds me that we're reaching a new level of hypergrowth in the city. If you think of the first one between 1955 and 1975, we built about 1,000 towers. They were slab blocks in parks. We didn't really know how to do those as well then as we might now. But we also didn't do the ground floors very well in 1955 to 1975. At 1955, 1975, we had much more green space between the towers. And but again, we didn't get the ground floors designed well. So here we are anticipating hypergrowth in this neighborhood, sort of in a concentrated way, representing what's going on elsewhere in the city. But here, in a rare condition, so close to established, stable, as I said, quintessential Toronto neighborhoods. And I wonder whether we need to make sure that the development teams and the city are as well equipped as they can be to anticipate the at-grade impact that we poorly resolved 1955, 1975, and then be maybe self-reflective about the fact that the strategies we're using at grade now work well on high streets and on avenues, but do they work as well in this really exaggerated adjacency with the stable, low-rise communities that they're being injected into now. And then the last thing I'd say is, it caused me to reflect on Vienna and Paris in the 1950s, when they themselves were experiencing 1850s, when they themselves were experiencing huge periods of hypergrowth, and they took the opportunity, helped by Haussmann, to think about the larger scale, to accept that the scale was changing at a much greater rate than minor incursions. That, like, I was pointing out those parks earlier, and Joe's comment about leading with landscape. So hopefully we've learned a lot from our experience in our first in the 1955-75 period of hypergrowth. We need a large-scale master plan for landscape, not edges, not pockets, but if we can think about being realistic about what period of hypergrowth we're in, and we can think about civic scale, then I think we'll do better. And finally, I know that the most familiar version of this would be the corridor, but I have to the corridor version that you proposed. But it seems to me that the node version might give us opportunities to work at that larger scale that I'm wondering whether we can speculate on. Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is such a fascinating project because it's like a quiet neighborhood meets hyper development, and the race is on while we're talking about trying to establish a strategy. In the meantime, the rapid changes that people have mentioned, and we saw in the last meeting that we had with regarding the west side of this area. It's really quite fascinating to see. I really commend the submission, because I think, as was mentioned earlier, I don't think we've seen this level of or depth of analysis on so many different levels. And when looking at those, I can immediately imagine what happens if you overlay the following 5 of them, and where do you see the sweet spots that start to come out. And I think, having that, sounds like you've already started to do that, and having that continue would be really good. I think at the same time, as you're looking at the analysis, and I think you're already doing this, is keeping a very close eye on the runaway horse that's just going its merry way in terms of buying up parcels of land and starting to develop the density that may be in places that we might not want it to be. I think the conversation about stitching together is it's only for certain things. It may not be socially knitting things back together again, but it could be that there are certain things that any human being would find a universal thing that they could get behind. And I think one of them is landscape. And I think that's a really good comment that's come through from many of the people this afternoon. My suggestion would be that you pick every east-west street that has a bridge that goes across the Allen. And there's quite a few of them. I think there's at least 6. And then seriously consider the one that Jim Melvin had identified, a big land bridge between Viewmont Park and Benner Park, and treat those as the east-west greenways. When it comes to a bridge, if the bridge is in reasonable condition for automobiles, build a landscape bridge next to it. It doesn't have to be very wide, but it can be where people walk and where landscape will be placed. And that it's not just happening at the bridge, it actually starts to happen all the way across from east to west in this area. And then do the same thing with Marley. It's going to be, I agree with the sort of linear development between Marley to the on the western boundary of that, and maybe on its west side, and then moving across in terms of between Marley and the Allen in a north-south direction. I think that makes a lot of sense. The green then would start to perhaps come into contact with some of the parks that exist now, and then also hopefully look along that way for other opportunities for parks. They don't have to be big. It can be big, small, and medium, and tendrils that connect them together. We've seen a study like this at Yonge and Eglinton before, and I think could very easily be applied here as well. And I think the other thing would be looking at areas within this study area, and maybe ones that are just outside of it, that have a notable character to them. And I think I heard that Roselawn Avenue industrial area and its proximity to the Beltline sounds like, as an example, something that has the beginnings of a character to it, so that we may not find one big bang spot where all the character is going to be in this study area or these 2 neighborhoods, but we can start to find the ones that exist and seed other ones, and it may come from the landscape efforts itself. Last comment would be Indigenous placekeeping. Would love to see what that analysis is, what that map is. How does it fit with the parks or with the green areas or with the now hidden rivers? I think those are my comments. I really look forward to seeing this again. I think there's something very special happening here, and we have to do it really quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and to the proponents in the city. I will summarize the 5 major points that emerged from the panel discussion. I'll start by saying this is a singular, acknowledging that this is a singular area. It's predominantly single-family home fabric, bisected by the Allen and high-order transit, and under significant development pressure. The panel was appreciative of the level of thoughtful analysis done to date and is eager to and encourages you to keep going in that vein, and would be very happy to see it again. As you've indicated that you will come back to us later in the process. Point of consensus number 1, insufficient park space. There is broad consensus here that there is the need to create more park space, more green space along the Allen. Some of these are some subpoints here, making Glen Grove a green street that spans the Allen, and using green maybe at a higher, to take it up to a higher level, using, or a more philosophical point, using green as the connective tissue, as the primary stitching tool of the study and the area. Type of development. Panel felt it would be more appropriate to create corridors rather than nodes. Panel felt generally that it would make sense to embrace that there are 2 sides, and not to pretend, or not to go to try to make them even, those 2 sides even across the Allen, or to make them consistent or the same across the Allen. Panel felt that the core focus of intensification should be between Marley and the Allen, and that it was important to ensure complete well-green streets are baked in to the plan, including Glencairn and Viewmount. Really, a number of members felt very strongly and mentioned that bridges can be significant design elements as well as multimodal assets, and encourage this development and really amplifying those as, like I said, as design elements. And then ensuring pedestrian-focused development, including wider bridges for this constrained area. On the subject of the public realm, which really flows out of the last few points that I was making, or that I was reiterating there, commit to the development of Marley as a high street as an anchor, and again, creating greenways along the Allen. The open and maybe a subnote to that, adding an express bus to Marley to mitigate the distance between the major east-west streets and subway stations. An open space strategy is critical. One panel member made the point that it's important here likely to lead with landscape as Waterfront TO has done. Enhance the park space around which enhance the park space around which intensification can happen. Fourth point, describe the end game while making the transition to that end state eminently livable for those folks who live there now. A couple of ideas there: stretch the existing western park to the east now, stretch the existing eastern park to the west. Find existing character areas and seed new ones now. And the fifth point was one about approach and less about which is to say the approach of the study, the approach of the work, the approach of how to get this done. Panel members suggested a staged approach: show in the documents and do the thinking, and then show in the documents what this will be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. What is it in its final, its end version? Include metrics on existing and future school, community center, transit, and other capacities, so that we as a city and the community, importantly, can compare, evaluate, and learn about this community for sure, and compare it to others as well, both at their beginning and end states. Knowing that there's no end state to a community, but that where this one is targeted for those years out. Be very deliberate and careful about the ground level conditions in this area of hypergrowth. And finally, to say on that, a large scale master plan is deemed to be essential here, one that goes deep into the details. I want to return to thanking you so much for your thoughtful approach and for the presentation. I think there's a lot here to think about and a lot to consider, but that thoughtful approach will serve this study well. And like some of the panel members have already said, this is, we're seeing hypergrowth across the city. Is this one where we can really, get it? Like, this is one, there's a lot going on here, but that thoughtful approach that you're taking is one that hopefully puts us in a position, or ideally puts us in a position to create that master plan that does a good job of controlling, to the extent possible, the quality, because that's what we need to do. We need to create quality spaces for people to live, eminently livable areas that are beloved as they are, but in this area of hypergrowth are going to inevitably change. And that kind of master planning and getting out in front of it is critical. Thank you so much. That draws this this session to a close. There's no vote. So we'll officially end it. Thank you again. We are going to take, I'm looking at the schedule, we're meant to start so we're going to take an 11-minute break. So if you could all be back in 11 minutes, we will start then. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 4:25 p.m. We'll get started on the third session for today. our last session of 2024. Welcome, everybody. I'm just going to wait a second while everybody comes back on stream. Maria, do we have all of the proponent team here in place?
So I'm checking.
Okay, just to verify.
Yes.
Okay, great. Again, welcome. Thank you for participating in this session this afternoon. We're going to be receiving a submission and presentation on the rail deck development at 595 Front Street West. This is an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, as well as the very first time that this has been reviewed by the design review panel. As a result of it being a first review, there will be a vote at the end of this session. Excuse me. There is a 1 hour and 35-minute period scheduled for this review. It is a formal review session, and as I mentioned, with a vote. In terms of the order of the agenda, we'll have a staff presentation of 15 minutes. And at the 14-minute mark, I'll let you know that you have that 1 minute left. And that will be followed by a 25-minute presentation by the proponent. And again, at the 24-minute mark, I will let you know that you have 1 minute left. After that, we'll have questions of clarification from panel members to city staff and also the proponent team, if there are any. And then there'll be the panel discussion, which will follow after the presentations. And normally this session would be live streamed, but because of the live streaming difficulties, technical difficulties that the city is having, it is being recorded and will be available for viewing starting tomorrow. And I'm going to start with next with the roll call. Just give me a moment here. This is for panel members, and as I call your name, if you can just confirm that you're here and whether you have any conflict of interest. And we'll start with Meg.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Meg. Dima.
Present, no conflict.
Thank you, Dima. Jessica.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Jessica. Sabella.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Sabella. Heather.
Here, no conflict.
Thank you, Heather. Michael.
No conflict.
Thanks, Michael. Jim Melvin.
Present, no conflict.
Thank you, Jim. Jim Goff.
Present and no conflict.
Thank you, Jim. Joe.
Present, no conflict.
Thank you, Joe. And Anna.
Present, no conflict.
Thank you. Are there any panel members who are here that I have missed? I don't think so. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 members present this afternoon. Okay. So what we're going to do is, give me a moment here to get my schedule out. We're going to start with the staff presentation, as I mentioned, 15 minutes. I'll just give you a moment to bring it up on screen. And I understand that it will be a combination of Joanna from Community Planning and Julie from Urban Design this afternoon. Yes, okay, great. Let me know when you're ready to present.
Just confirming the city will be sharing the presentation.
Okay. So we'll hold until you have it up on the screen and ready to go. Okay. I'm seeing it. I'm assuming everybody can see it now. Okay, the floor is yours. 15 minutes, 14-minute mark, I'll remind you.
Yes, thank you very much for hearing us this afternoon. So the application that will be discussed this afternoon.
If you could, I'm sorry to cut in for a moment. People who are not presenting, there's a sound. If you could mute your microphones, that'd be great. Okay, sorry. Continue, please.
Thank you very much. So the application that will be reviewed this afternoon is the Rail Deck District, located at 595 Front Street West, which essentially is the air rights over the rail corridor between Bathurst Street and Blue Jays Way. So the applicant will be going into the greater detail about this development proposal, but just at a very high level. The proposal incorporates or proposes 9 mixed-use buildings, which vary in height between 36 and 72 stories. The proposed uses are mixed use, which include a substantial proportion of residential units at just under 8,000, just under 15,000 square meters of retail, 11,000 square meters of commercial and office space, and about 8,000 square meters of hotel uses. The total proposed FSI is 7.54, and there is also a new parkland dedication of just over 15,000 square meters, which we'll also describe in greater detail as we go through the presentation. Just to sort of go into a greater detail in terms of a bird's eye view of the site and some of the surrounding uses, some of the key elements to identify are the Bathurst Bridge, which bounds the site towards the west. There's the Spadina Bridge that bisects the site in the middle, and it allows sort of the division of the site into the east block, a center block, and then a west block. The surrounding context also includes the Punta de Luz Bridge, which is proposed to be moved as part of the development. There is the recently opened well development to the immediate north. The planned Go Spadina station at 433 Front, just at the southwest corner of Front and Spadina, is immediately adjacent to the site. It is, however, not part of the site. Northern Linear Park bounds the site towards the south, and it is also not incorporated into the site area. Giving a high-level overview of the history of the site, this is essentially the area that the city had initially planned Rail Deck Park that had undergone an official plan amendment application, which was council approved and contested at the OLT. The OLT had upheld that decision. That was in 2021, and that OLT approval had allowed the redesignation of the lands, which were utility corridor, to parks and open spaces. There, at the same time as the city was reviewing the Rail Deck Park development application, the private landowner that had owned the air rights at the time had put forward an official plan amendment for a mixed-use application, which the city refused. This also went to the OLT, was also approved through the OLT, and essentially that application was to redesignate the lands as mixed-use areas. In the city's official plan, the site comes up as mixed or as a parks and open space designation. However, it does now have that dual designation of parks and open spaces and mixed-use areas. And I'll pass it on to my colleague Julie for a description of the previous development.
Thanks, Joanna. I was an expert witness at the hearing, and we weren't necessarily opposed to development over the corridor because the applicant had bought the air rights, and so there was going to be some form of development. And so our concerns were about how the development was, or how the density was deployed over the site. And our kind of concerns were based on the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan, in particular about removing barriers and making connections, and as well building spectacular waterfront parks. Our major concerns with the LPAT proposal, which was by Moshi Safdie, was that it extruded a shopping mall across the entire site. Key view corridors were blocked, and access to the site was problematic because it was highly raised above the corridor, and it was above a parking garage. And the majority of the frontage on the park was the parking garage with blank walls. Most of these issues have now been resolved, as you'll see in the presentation. And so again, just showing the LPAT proposal, and what was approved at the LPAT in 2021 was an FSI of 4.2, and there's been an evolution over the past few years. And what we have before us now is an FSI of 7.4. The local context includes the Draper Street HCD, which is an important element that we wanted some contextual response to within the proposal. It's an intact worker cottage area just north of the site.
And moving on to just a high level of the planning framework that applies. This site is located within the downtown in the city's official plan within the urban structure map. It is also, as I mentioned previously, in terms of the land use designation, it is identified as parks and open spaces. However, it does actually have that underlying dual designation of parks and open spaces and also mixed use areas. The site also falls within the railway lands west and central secondary plans. And the key to note here is the secondary plans have always identified this as a potential development site.
So walking you around the site, to the left we have the north side of Front Street West looking towards Bathurst Street as viewed from Northern Linear Park. On the left we have the north side of Front Street looking towards Spadina Avenue from Northern Linear Park. And then this is the view towards City Place looking over the corridor. On the left, we have the Parade Towers seen from Canoe Landing, and then that was on the right, and then on the left is the foot of Draper Street. And then the Puente de Luz Bridge, which bisects the corridor, is an element that will be removed from the proposal, and we are looking for a site for it to be relocated to in the future. And so to give you an overview of the application, you'll see that it's divided into 3 blocks, and you'll also notice that the height peak is at Spadina, and it tapers towards the west and towards the east. And we see here it's divided into 3 blocks, and the potential priority park area wraps around the center in an L shape. And the view corridors I was describing earlier, I can walk you through those. There's the view corridor from Portland Street. If you can just put your cursor over the Portland Street view corridor is now open because we have the entrance to the park in that location. The Draper Street HCD, the view corridor from that street is now open. It's not blocked by a tower. And then the mid-block connection from the well is also an open space, not blocked by a tower. And just one last thing on this piece, on the east block, on the very west, on the very east of the east block, over the iterations, the mid-rise site that we now see located there on the east, thank you, it was previously a tower, and we modified that to a mid-rise in order to respond to concerns from the residents to the north, and that density was deployed elsewhere on the site. And just a quick overview of the plans. You can see here at the park level how we have retail interacting and animating the park. Previously, that was a parking garage, so that's a great improvement. And if you go to the next slide, some ongoing concerns which we hope to resolve at site plan are the relationship between the building and Front Street. Right now, there's a lot of servicing, and the retail, I think, could be expanded, and the lobbies potentially could be narrowed. So that we get the best, interaction between the public realm and retail. And moving on, you can see there's some of those same concerns here in the center block. And then on the east block, we have a park. The Northern Linear Park has a potentially good relationship with the POS. There's a grade change issue at the moment. Otherwise, we have some great retail fronting to the POS. And so the issues for design focus. Can the panel consider the park? Are the proposed configuration and dimensions of the park appropriate? What is the preferred transition of the park towards Northern Linear Park? Have all mobility issues associated with the project been considered? What sustainability measures should be considered? How can uses at grade better animate the public realm and the park? And finally, moving into SPA, can the panel opine on architectural expression? Should the tower's materiality and articulation be consistent, or is diversity encouraged? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to now move on to the consultant team's introduction and presentation. I'll just give you a few moments to put your presentation up and let me know when you're ready.
Sure. David, could you share it? I thought it was all part of the city, so.
No problem.
Excellent.
Okay. You'll have a total of 25 minutes for your presentation. 24-minute mark, I'll let you know you've got a minute left. The floor is yours.
If you can go full screen there with that, that would be good. There we go. Excellent.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm Dermot Sweeney of Sweeney & Co. Architects. Joining me today is Allison Kimmel of Fengate, Jordana Ross of Fengate, Kevin Hurley of SVN, the planner, and David Copeland, who's just put this up. David is with us, Sweeney & Co. Architects. So I think the city gave you a very good background. That was excellent. There's very little to talk about. I'm just kidding. But I'll go through it. Go to the next one, please.
Bear with me. There we go. Hang on. Oh. Sorry, Dermot. Hang on.
Okay, that's the team that's currently working on the project. You're going to find a way you can just do this quickly.
Yeah. There we go.
Great. So this has been a project we've been involved with, including working with SAFTI for a long, long time. And I think what's really interesting is it's a tremendous opportunity. We've all set out a sort of vision and objectives. I think the most important is celebrating and enhancing a transit-oriented mixed-use community, but also, I would say, connecting the city, King West, down to the south to City Place, shows in the bottom right. Of course, we've been working together with the city for quite some time to work on a park. Hopefully, the larger the better. And we've identified opportunities to build a park at more than 54% of the land, which I'll talk about. And of course, Front Street, as you saw in the picture from the city, the south side is currently a guardrail without a sidewalk. And the one-sided street has been very, very difficult. So we're going to work on streetscaping, public realm, parks, and connectivity. Thanks. Next. This is an overview. You've seen this drawing as well. I think this is, as I pointed out, a once-in-a-generation type project. It's a great opportunity to, number one, get rid of the rail corridor as an eyesore and gore through the city, and use the opportunity to create some housing, a lot of housing, in a place where people want to live and they already work. It's great. And we're also looking at all kinds of other uses, other commercial uses, hotel, as was said by the city. But also, we're looking at the park and how to make a great park. And I'm going to just take you through the significant changes that we've done since the start of the project. Next, please. You know the site. We can go through these quickly. Thanks. Next. So on here, we see the 3 blocks the city described. The west block is extremely thin. And I'll tell you a little bit about the background. What we're trying to do is keep the development above the storage yard that's used by GO Train Metrolinx. The active rail is extremely difficult to build over in terms of buildings, to get touchdown space, to get structure through. So we've pulled everything as far north as we can on the 2 blocks between Bathurst and Spadina, and tried to look at places that would be reasonable to build, but also leaving open space that would be reasonable to remain or as a park and give us the connectivity to the south. So the west block, very, very thin. There's really only 1 lane of storage yard that goes up into that space. The center block is where most of the storage yard is, and then to the right of that, or just east, the Metrolinx site that is apparently being planned now and designed as another development. The other thing that is important is in the connectivity is creating the most and reasonable place for contact connection And that, I think, is Portland, which breaks the block up, aligns with Dan Leckie Way, but also gives a great opportunity for a park component coming out to Front Street, seen from Portland and Front, of course. And then the balance of the site is between Metrolinx's site and the south property line. That is potential for a future park as well, which we'll talk about. And then the east block is basically built all over. We have to span across the active rail. It's exclusively active rail. So we've got to span across and then find ways to build buildings on top and also some open space. Next. This is you can see the active rail and the storage yard. Storage yard is on the left-hand side in this photo. And the active rail actually has crossover. So they come above and below each other so that they can align themselves with the platforms as they get closer to the city, or sorry, to the station. And so that is extremely complex and very dense. The tracks are tightly spaced and also need greater height, which I'll talk about in the sections. But the storage yard gave us an opportunity to work with Metrolinx. As you can see, there's some gaps and spaces, and to lay out that track for the storage and get some touchdown space along Front Street, but also in the mid and southern portions of the land. That's important because it also reduces the span from our southern edge across to a northern linear park, which allows us to use a less deep structure. Next. So again, the 3 blocks, this is all fairly well known to everyone. What we are doing, however, is we will add a signalized intersection that will align in the middle, right in front of the center block between Draper and Spadina, which will align with the access for trucks and cars to the well. So that will align, and that will give us also a pedestrian crossing into the center block, and as I will talk later, also in through at Pops and out to the park to the south. Basically, everything else remains. We're doing work along the south side of Front Street for a new public realm. We're also looking at things like the Spadina Front Street intersection, which we'd like to see some improvements done to as well. Next. This is just showing the POPs. There's 3 POPs areas identified at this point. One is at Bathurst to pull the building back from the bridge and allow a better viewing of the bridge. It's also very difficult to build in that spot, but we're able to get a deck in that spot. The mid-block connection through the center block is another POPs that will come through the building and make the level change from Front Street up to the park to the south. And then the largest POPs is a space south of the buildings, which we'll show you in more detail, that will allow for essentially, certainly spatially, the expansion of Northern Linear Park. And we're going to work together with the city and see if we can get those elevations better aligned and better connected. Next, please. These are really the pedestrian connection points that I've spoken about, just on a diagram. This speaks to how we're going to come through Portland to connect with Dan Leckie Way, through the building itself. And of course, there is also the possibility, which we are designing for, and we'll work with Metrolinx to get a 3rd through block connection between the Metrolinx site and our central block. We've moved the block to the west to allow for that connection down to the park and through to City Place. Okay, next. This is a diagram just basically showing what I've talked about, but it also shows, to the city's point earlier, how we are transitioning the height from the center block east end of the center block down towards Bathurst, and then again down towards, on the east block, down towards the Rogers Center. But it also shows where we think, and we are talking with the city and have agreed that the priority park should be at the center block, and of course connect from Front Street to Dan Leckie. So we're working together to finally determine We're doing lots of costing, lots of things back and forth trying to figure this out, but it looks promising, and we're working together to try and make that park happen in that location. Next. These detailed drawings are done of each block as we go. So I'll take you through very simply. There is and always has been a big desire to get as much retail on the west block as possible. It's extremely thin, and we do need some obvious infrastructure to deal with garbage and deliveries and trucks. So we've got in the plan just enough space to get the trucks in off Front Street, do the turnaround and leave. So that's taking up a lot of the ground floor and upper level, and we're working to try and make that better. It's difficult, but we're working on it. To the city's point, we'd like to see more animation on the street. Right now, we've got retail at both ends, the lobbies, and then unfortunately, a fair bit of infrastructure, but it's coming together. And it's also including, each of the 3 blocks includes a daycare. And we're working with the city to determine the size. Right now, it's essentially established that each of the 3 will operate independently across the site. We're also looking here at the center block at really animating, bringing life to the park in behind to the south, with not only the connections from Portland and through the pops from the well, but also animating this with retail all the way along. So that'll be fairly consistent, save and except for the daycare at the end. But you can see through the diagram, we're putting retail lobbies and lobbies for the residential right across the front face. Very little interference other than the one curb cut. I think one thing we've worked really well together with the city and transportation is to get each block down to one curb cut, which I think will be great and work really well. That allows us to animate Front Street with lobbies with retail. And the retail also connects up to a second floor retail space and animates the pops all the way through as you rise up from Front Street to the park level. And then above that, there's amenities, some courtyards, and then the towers themselves up above. Next. This is the east block. Again, retail all the way along the pops. Much retail as we can on the corner, and then at Spadina. And then we've got a residential entrance and lobby on Spadina. This one works really, really well, I think, in that we were able to get access to the parking and loading and garbage all off Blue Jays Way at the very east and north corner. You come up into the site, and it allows us to have a very discreet entry and a single point of entrance for vehicles. I will say also, we've reduced the need for parking throughout the project down to, I think, a really tight minimum, which is good, but we're working on reducing that and also making sure that trucks and cars are separated wherever possible and things work smoothly within the building. As you know, obviously, we're not going down with any basements, so it puts pressure on. One of the things that was in the safety scheme that I think drove the height of the park up in each case was the need for parking within and between and through the trusses. We've eliminated that now and minimized the height of the trusses so the park can be as low as possible. And we're still working on more detailed drawings, which will come in the deck and below site plan that we're working on. But things are working out quite well. Next. These just show the separations in terms of the urban design requirements. The tightest is 27.5 meters between buildings, between the tower buildings. And of course, 69 would be the widest at the park entry at the base of Portland. All the rest are between the 69 and the 27, most of which are more than 30. Next. Oops. I'll leave it here for 1 sec. That just before we get to this one, you can see on the left side the same drawing. The view corridor that we've been asked to look at and maintain, we've pulled towers east and west of the view corridor. So what you're seeing there under the bridge in the City Place towers is the podium only of the future building on Front Street. So we've left that wide open. Next. This is a view looking towards Front Street from the south on Dan Leckie Way. You can see Portland Commons there, the new building just built, and then you can see the park in between, and you're looking straight up Portland. So that'll be a very, very strong physical connection, but also actual visual connection back between City Place and King West. Next. This is a view looking the opposite way. So on your left is Portland Commons. We're looking down Portland, and you can see through all the way to Dan Leckie Way and the park rising up from Portland coming up. We're still navigating, working through structure, trying to figure it all out. But the good news is the park has come way, way down from the previous scheme. And it looks like it's going to be very possible to make it truly accessible from Front Street up to the highest level of the park. Next. This is a view again. Oh, we went backwards.
There we go.
That's better. So this is the analysis along Front Street. What with the addition of the 4 meters of land, which I'll talk about when we get to the sections, but it allowed a much greater interface with Front Street and the building itself, which gave us greater depth for entry and inclusion of more retail, better lobby access, and essentially the entire Front Street on the south side in the center block and in particular is animated, either with lobbies or daycare access or office access or retail itself. The retail, we're also going to include a lot of second floor retail with a reasonable transition vertically up, accessible transition up, so we can maximize the amount of retail across the street and animate the street. The west block is challenging, as was pointed out by the city. However, I think with upper floor retail coming across and the daycare and other things, we're going to try our best to minimize the impact of any kind of infrastructure, but it is extremely difficult technically, and we're working on it. The east block really is, that's the back side. So you can see on the furthest left, that's our access for the cars coming up into the courtyard. And then you will have access from the courtyard directly through that arched space out to the Pops and the park beyond to the south. Next. These are just some images, streetscape improvements. These are the sections I was referring to. So you can see at the bottom right and the upper right, the sections, the property line that defined the CN lands initially. And then there's the military trail or military reserve. That allows us to do several things much better than the previous scheme. It allows us to make a much more gentle rise from Front Street up into the park and make it accessible by cutting across. And it also allows for the greater depth of retail and lobbies and animation on Front Street. We have two different heights that we have to work with the rail. We're allowed to drop in a little bit above what was established as the minimum for mechanical, electrical, other things, ventilation over the yard, but active rail we can't. In fact, they're asking for more, but we're working on figuring it out with them because they've got signals, they've got all kinds of equipment up in the air, which they'll need, and we'll talk. I'll show you some sections at the end. But generally, I mean, Front Street, I think, will come alive. It's a vast improvement over the current condition. And also the park now connecting Portland will be a major connection in the city. Okay, next. Again, these are just views through the street, through Spadina, and how we're going to activate that sidewalk, make it wider, and increase activation along that section of Spadina, which now looks into the whole, the rail corridor. So that'll be lobbies and retail. We've also got all the way along on that side, we're going to be able to hopefully transition to Northern Linear Park as we work on that together with the city. Next.
Dermot, you have about 5 minutes left, just to let you know.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. All right. So these are a series of views. We're going to take you around and look at the blocks of buildings. This is the west block. This is standing on the northwest corner of Bathurst and front, looking southeast. So you can see the tapering down towards the corner at the podium coming through, which adds to the taper. There is that pop site on the corner, which I think will be great. It's a good gap between the bridge, the Heritage Bridge, and the building itself. Next. This is a view of the west block from the northeast looking southwest. This is the new park connection. And lots of work to do here, obviously, but it looks like we're over the storage yards. We will be able to really manipulate the heights so that we can get this down to an accessible access point, which is very critical into that park. Next. This is looking southeast from Portland on the northwest corner of Portland and front. So you can see the rise up of the park to the higher height, which we have to do for the active rail and the bigger, deeper trusses. But it looks right now, it's quite good. It's starting to work really well. So that's the view down Front Street. We're breaking the center block into much smaller portions and pieces. The towers themselves are set back, but come through, breaking up the podium. And then establishing a very strong two-story commercial activated base. Next. This is a view you can see the well on your right-hand side. So this is looking due west down Front Street and the buildings as they come down Front Street in the center block. This corner, we're not sure what's happening yet, but there has been discussion around 2 towers potentially or 1 tower. And of course, we're making, as I pointed out, we're making the possibility to get to the park between our building and theirs on the west side or the east side of the center block. Next. This is the east block. Right now, we're still in discussion and working on a better connection, perhaps from the POPs down to Northern Linear Park or up to the POPs. These are things that require a lot of detailed analyses, structure, all kinds of things. And I think we're going to work together with the city, see if we can do something with the Rogers Center exit that they drop down to in Northern Linear Park. Maybe that can come up, but that's work to do. But generally, it's a consistent front face. That's the archway connecting to the courtyard, which gives access to the hotel and all the lobbies for the residential buildings. Next is a view from the other side at Blue Jay Way, looking back north and west. And again, it's showing that it would be good, obviously, if we could unite the 2 levels somehow and break ours down a little bit and bring the other one up a bit. So that's work to be done. But as was pointed out by the city, there was a tower here. We eliminated that to bring in more light and sky view and obviously views of CN Tower to the people living just behind us that were actually, I think, the first or second buildings in City Place. Next. It's just basically talking about everything we've said, and the city has said 54% of the overall site will be given over to potential park. We identified together the priority park is through from Portland across to at least the east side of the center block. The balance of the space above the rail we call potential park expansion. We can look at how that's done in the future. Next. This is that section showing the extra depth required for crossovers and rail. And it's a first really good cut at how deep is the truss, how many are there. What's interesting is there's lots of space between trusses to make a rise up to the park level. And then on the other side, the north side, we're much more able to reduce the structural depth and to reduce the clear height and bring it down to Front Street in a more reasonable way. Next.
Dermot,
we're there. That's it.
That's it. We have 1 minute left.
Okay, I'll take the minute. It's just a section showing that structure as it comes through the building. The purple, which is interesting, is all we have to found the building. So what you're seeing in purple is the only places we can come down and create a foundation. So it's making for some pretty interesting architecture as well, but also, you know, some structure. It's crazy, but doable, which is exciting. And we're doing our best to reduce the depths of all the structure. These are just, I guess, you know, retail activation. You can see I've talked about it right through, all the way along the park, as much as we can on Front Street, as much as we can, again, on Blue Jays Way. And we are looking with the city at the other end. This is the last one of the last views. Great. We don't know what the park is yet, but we'll work together. We've had some really interesting comments from the community talking about, could you give us more of a piazza space, at least part of it? What would you do to the park? You know, it's great. So it's been a lot of good community interaction and things are working well.
Great. I think we've reached the end of our time.
We've reached the end. I did it. I can't believe it.
You did it. Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, we're now going to move on to questions of clarification. They can be directed to the submission team and also to the city team as well. If you could raise your virtual hand. We have 10 minutes of questions. But we get to the end of the 10, I apologize for anybody I cut off. We're going to start with, just waiting here, Heather, Dima, Meg, Jim, Melvin, and Joe.
Great,
Heather,
thanks.
you first.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just would like a bit more of a reminder of what makes the park expansion potential, that label that's used in the drawings.
Okay, the potential means we are not asking for, by zoning or any other way, we're not looking for any kind of buildings in those areas. It is potentially, we can span that with a deck and we could build out a park. And what we're trying to do now is work through how much of that could be built. We're looking in detail at cost and designing. Okay. The other thing about the park is you have a very small window as to when you can build over the active rail. So obviously it makes it very difficult. So we're working on all those things now to see what we can do, but we're trying to identify what would be a priority. So we're focused on that with the city and work together with them to achieve the most. And then the other two ends, a little more difficult, but certainly they're doable. And it remains to be seen how much the city wants and how we work together to achieve it.
So there could be a scenario where those buildings are built at the extreme east and west, but without the park next to it.
Yeah, the east block could be built without the park. It's on Spadina and Blue Jays Way, and then at the east of our center block, yes, that could remain as an opening. Yeah, it could.
Okay, and I know it's really early days, but have you thought about phasing? You just mentioned like, I guess the window for building over is very tight, as you're saying, or?
Yeah, I think what we need to do, and I think we've got it some general terms anyway, is probably the best thing to do is to build the deck, establish how much is deck, build the deck, build all the infrastructure below, satisfy Metrolinx, work with them, and then the phasing can work very reasonably and easily above the deck. So we pour the cores, get the structure down to accept a building, and then the buildings could be built sequentially, one end to the other, probably most logical. But then the deck can be used as for construction, for staging, get everything off Front Street. There's a lot we can do. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now, just to let panel members know, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people with further questions. We'll go as far as we can. The next person is Dima. Hello, Dima.
I was muted. I apologize.
Oh, it's
Just
okay.
following up on Heather's question very quickly. The west block, is it possible for the towers to be built without the park? And the center block, is it possible for the towers to be built without the park?
Technically, yes, in both cases. But what we are doing in building the buildings is we're providing along the south edge and in the west block case, the east side and the west side of the central block, structure that can pick up all of the park. So it could be done sequentially. But really the best thing to do is to build whatever deck we finally, come to terms with the city, then we'll build that all at once. So it's technically possible, but what we're looking to do is to build the park, the priority park, build that at the same time as the deck that would carry buildings in the future.
But that would carry the center block, but not necessarily the west block?
That's right. Not necessarily the west, nor the lands south of the Metrolink site.
And I know there's a lot of questions. I'm just going to ask a very quick question. The amenities being provided in these buildings are very large with very quite large footprints for the towers of over 1,000 square meters, but I'm not seeing a lot of amenity space and certainly very barely any exterior amenity space. Is the assumption that the parks are providing the amenity space for all the towers?
No. So what we're doing for outdoor is raising it up. So it would be the top of the podium, gives us tremendous opportunity and a huge amount of area. And then that first floor of the tower, together with lower levels, the first floor of the tower would give rise to a lot of amenity that would have access out to the rooftop of the podium. So we're not anything we're looking at for amenity does not include the park.
Okay, Dima, I'm going to move on. Yes, okay, moving on to Meg.
Julie, you mentioned great retail on the park. Can you tell us what the city is envisioning as what would constitute great retail on the park? And then for Dermot, 2 questions. First one, what drives the dimension of the setback of the buildings from Front Street? Second question for Dermot, how many parking spots? And is it accurate to say that the parking constitutes over 50% of the podium and lower tower floor plates?
Meg, to answer your question about great retail, the applicant will be designing the retail program. They've talked about having restaurants and various things like that to animate the park. So we will leave it to them, but the dimensions of the retail space to me suggests that it can be a good space. And like I said previously, that area was a parking garage, and so moving that to retail I think was a great improvement.
Dermot, over to you for the setback from front.
So we are on the first 2 levels, which is predominantly lobby, double height, or 2-story retail. That is on the property line, on the south, on the north property line. Then we set back to the podium blocks, and then we set back again to the face of the towers coming through. So there are actually 2 significant setbacks, one at that 2-story level, and then from there, another 3 meters back to the podium, to the tower face and the podiums.
Does that complicate your structure, Dermot?
Yeah, there's nothing not complicated about this structure, but yeah, it does a little bit for sure. But I think what really made the 4 meters, the north band, all the way across Front Street, so immediately south of the current front, is the 4 meters strip of land. That allowed us to make much better lobbies, better retail, and better structure because we can go straight down to terra firma. We're not over the rail corridor in that 4 meters. And it really helps animate the street and make things a lot more reasonable.
Okay, and then how many parking spots? Because I couldn't find that. Is it accurate?
Yes, sorry, it's in there. Maybe David can help me if my memory.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, which number would you like?
So how many parking spots total, and is it accurate to say that the parking constitutes over 50% of the podium and lower tower floor plates?
No, I actually, it's interesting. First, David, you look up the number. I think it's 1,100. But no, the podium it's interesting because we have 2 stories of retail. We're carving through the podium for the pops. Some of the retail is much bigger. The daycare's in there. And if you noticed in the drawing, I probably should have pointed that out. I'm sorry. But all along the park, both facing west, facing east into the Portland portion of the park, and then facing south onto the park, we're lining the entire podium with residential units looking out onto that space. So I would say if I was make a guess, I'd say we're probably about 35 to 40% of the podium would be
Thank you.
infrastructure.
Okay.
That includes truck turning and all kinds of madness.
Okay.
There's
Gonna
about there's about 1,181 car parking spaces in all 3 blocks, with just under 800 is in the largest center block.
Thank
I
you.
can't believe I remembered that.
Thank you, everybody. In the interest of time, I'm going to move ahead. Jim Melvin.
Thank you. Just a quick question, Dermot. What's the average width of the green space in the center block?
From the center block south to
North Linear Park, yes.
I think it's around 50, 60 meters.
It's that wide?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to Joe.
Just for scale quickly, if you look at the Portland Park, that's 69 meters. So you can take that width and it's basically this very similar along the south of the center block.
Okay. Thank you both. On to Joe.
Just a few quick questions to city staff and the design team. I've heard 2 different things about density. I understand it's gone from just over 4 to 7.5. Is that part of the LPAT? In other words, is that baked in, or is that a subject of ongoing negotiation and discussion? The center block towers, I think, are well over 1,000 square meters in footprint size, the eastern 3 at least. Could you tell me the north-south dimension of those 3 eastern towers in the center block? And I have a general question about complete communities. We're adding something like 8,000 units here, as that's proposed, 14,000 people, 2,100 family units, and then I see 186 daycare spaces. So where's the kind of complete community thinking? I don't see evidence of that. Then my final quick question is the length of the podium in the center block from east to west. It's looking like it's a couple of football fields long. Am I right in that estimation? Thank you.
Okay, before going into answers on that, panel members and everybody else that's on, these questions are important and it's good to get answers to them. We're going to go over. We're not going to be ending as per the schedule at 6 o'clock. I hope everybody's okay with that. Panel members, yes? Okay, let's keep going. Back to Jody, your questions, and team, could you please answer them? Who's going to start?
Well, you directed the first question to the city, but I can. Well, David looks up some of those dimensions. Maybe we could pull it up so we can actually show you the dimensions on the.
Yeah.
I'll just clarify in response. Can I just clarify in response to 2 of those questions? First off, the north-south dimension of the central open space south of the center block, we've got that as 37 meters from the boundary of Northern Linear Park to the property line. And then Joe had a question about the FSI. So the OLT approved an FSI of 4.2 times. The applicant is now seeking an FSI of over 7. And that was largely in response to the ability to provide more affordable housing and an increased area of parkland. So, and that is not a certainty at the moment.
Okay, Joe, is that the FSI, does that answer your question? It does. Okay, I'm sorry to butt in. Continue with the answers to the other questions.
Sure thing. I'll share my screen. So just quickly to the questions. So the dimensions First of all, the park about 48 and 52 here, about 37 to 47 meters along its edge. And then you asked about the length of the podium for center block is about 250 meters. And the buildings, the towers are about 20 by, this one is 20 by 50, and these ones are 20 by 60.
And if you, the last comment I'll make is you can see where we are able to get touchdown in the towers on the east side. You can see the large structural elements coming through.
That's all very appreciated. Thank you. Just quickly, maybe somebody talking about complete communities, you know, the rest of the social support spaces to support 14,000 people moving in.
I will start by saying we've talked to the community. Sorry, you go on, Joanna. I saw you were about to speak.
No, Jeremy, you go ahead and we can always
Sure.
supplement it.
There's nothing fixed on that, Joe. We're talking to people. We're engaged with the city in terms of childcare. We're looking at 3 locations. They can be easily expanded. There's other community interest in other types of space that we've talked to the community about. So we're looking at, with the city, talking about other amenities that could be built into the project for the balance of the community for public use. So it's certainly a discussion ongoing. It has not been established. So there's lots of discussion still to happen. Sorry, Joanna.
I appreciate all that. Thank you very much.
So we're done there. We're going to move on to Sabella and then Michael.
For the central block, there appeared to be an animation zone around the side and rear of the tower for the retail, and I wondered, so that how wide is that? And that is not part of the park, is that correct?
How wide is?
The animation zone.
Well, it's not determined yet. What we're looking at is to try and allow for patio or expansion of retail and hospitality and other uses to come out into the park. That's something that was brought up by a number of the community meetings we've had. We haven't determined that yet, but we're certainly looking at that zone at probably, I'm guessing, 9, 10, 12 meters. So that you can pass along the building, but also have a patio and other uses.
So that would be coming out of the 37 meters.
37 at one end, 40 something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, the dimension I was thinking of was also including Northern Linear Park, because we're hoping to connect to it.
Can I step in just to clarify something? Sorry, this is Juliana with Fengate. In terms of where that activation zone sort of ends and where the priority park starts, I think that's something that we're basically still discussing with city staff. And whether that activation zone is actually part of the park or not is still something that we're discussing with city staff. So it is some of the comments that we've received from them in response to our rezoning submission, and that they want clarity around that, and that's something we want to talk to them about. But it's not meant to be sort of a distinct line of sort of private versus public. It's meant to be sort of an invisible line, and the animation really to feel like it is all public. And if there is anything that is a private land, there would likely be an easement. So all of that's to say it's still sort of in discussion, but we know that there's a comment already being raised about the depth of the park and whether that takes away from it. And the intent is that it does not in terms of programmatic use.
Okay, thank you. Sabella, did we finish answering your question?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, on to Michael.
Mine's hopefully very straightforward. I'm looking at page 20 of the report or the submission, and I'm looking at those sections, and I'm just trying to connect what I experience on Front Street and what I'm seeing. So the sections there, the street sections, are showing proposed property line, existing property line. I'm assuming that the existing property line is well into the railway storage area, I guess, and that the current street, which has either nothing or very narrow sidewalk on the south side, is really what to say. It's just a 9 meter or 10 meter wide roadway plus something. So this isn't describing the existing street. This is defining an adjustment to the property lines. Can you help clarify that, please?
Sure. The street now, the right of way ends at the guardrail. There's very little sidewalk. I don't think there is sidewalk, but it's a 4-lane road. And then there's the military reserve, which is around 4 meters. And really that's a kind of embankment and that takes you down to the rail. So I think the 4 meters would be bringing it to the face of the right of way. If that helps.
So the existing property line is down the embankment.
Yes.
And
partially, it's not dead clear, but yes, generally yes.
So the new street configuration from 4 to 3 lanes, plus establishing an adequate 6 meter sidewalk on the south side.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from you, Michael? No. I have one quick one. I just wanted to verify something. I'm looking at, I believe it's drawing 29 of 36, and looking at the difference, the height between the sidewalk along Front Street and the top of the park. And I'm getting 8.5 meters. Would that be correct?
I think it's not exactly determined, but it could be a little less than that. I don't believe it'll ever be more, but that's probably the highest part of the park.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, panel members, first of all, the submission team, thank you for your patience answering all the questions, and thank you to the panel members for asking them. We're going to move on now to panel discussion. And I'm going to say, everybody, a panel, self-manage your time, 3 minutes per person. And here's the order that I'm going to call you in. Anna, Jim Goff, Meg, Dima, Jim Melvin, Jessica, Heather, Joe, Savella, and Michael. So we'll start with Anna.
Thanks.
Okay, good.
Thanks, Gordon, and thanks to the team for the presentation. It's an incredible project. I mean, it's just, I think, Dermot, you said it was going to heal a scar in the city in terms of covering over that railway and creating a beautiful green space there. So I think that sets a great tone for what can be accomplished by this project, and makes it quite important to the city. So I'll start. I think I'll focus on the issue of connectivity then, just in the interest of time. I know there's a lot of people that want to say a lot. So the diagrams that you said at the beginning, I really appreciated. Connectivity being one of your main goals to achieve with this project. Our office is at the Well, so I know this area very well. You know, I'm sure you do too. Everybody does. But there is one of the most successful parts of this development, which is essentially almost the same scale as what you're trying to do in terms of being a city block, is how you can connect through and walk, how permeable, you know, the podium is of this building. Now, appreciating that you are putting parking in your podium, which makes it significantly harder to make it permeable, is there a way that you can kind of open up certain aspects of the base of the building for people to filter through? You've connected the signalized intersection with the exit from the parking for the Well. Like, is there a way to connect the pedestrian way that goes straight through the Well, connects to Wellington, and then scoops through to King Street? You know, there's all sorts of great pedestrian thoroughfares in this area that you could connect to quite nicely. Appreciate that there's not very much parking given the scale of the development at of 1,000 spaces, I think you said, just over. It is a very difficult place to get in and out of. One ramp per, you know, whatever parking area you have will be very difficult. It does back up during rush hour. So just some considerations there when you start to think about volume. It would be great to see a vision for the park so we could see how that kind of all maps out and ties into the base of the building. I appreciate the process, and it's not the first thing that people look at, but you know, if you had that vision in mind, it might be easier for you to figure out the base of that building, the podium, and how it can kind of knit in and out with the park that is going to be there. So I'll just say one more thing in terms of use. So daycare, I think there was a comment / question about the scale of the daycares. I'll add that there could be much more different uses. At the base of the building, a complete community demands care for all ages, wellness areas, doctor's offices. There's all sorts of things that can be combined for healthcare in a base of building this scale that would be really supportive for a complete community. And last thing, the front street setback, that it feels really, for the scale of the building, very small walking along Front Street. So if it could open up a bit more, be a bit more welcoming, allow a bit more activity on Front Street with a bit more space there, I think it would certainly help it feel the scale a bit differently. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Moving on to Jim Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentations. I agree basically with everything Anna said, so I won't repeat any of that. I know other people have lots to say. I do just want to talk about the length of the podium in the central section. I really don't see that as permeable for pedestrians. Front Street now is already a long corridor of not very permeable developments like the convention center, and this is going to make it sort of a long canyon of just buildings that people can't really get anywhere through, so a podium length of 250 meters for the center block is quite a bit longer than most city blocks in the central area of the city. So I really don't think that lack of pedestrian connectivity is appropriate for what we should be planning for in an urban condition in Toronto in the 21st century when we are trying to be pedestrian and transit focused. And second, I will just mention that the presentation just says you're considering district energy. I would say that's an absolute must. I don't understand why you wouldn't be including that at this point. And I would also be including a district waste strategy. The amount of development that you're planning really, I think, justifies this. I don't have the numbers to compare it to what Waterfront Toronto is doing, but I'm sure it's of the same scale, and they're looking at those things. So I would definitely encourage you to do that. And finally, I would just say, as Anna said, this needs to be a complete community. Right now, it feels like kind of a vertical suburb of people, especially families, who I'm not really sure where they're going to go for any kind of school or any kind of community activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Moving on to Meg and then Dima.
Hi, thank you. For sure, a challenging site structurally and urbanistically. I think Jim put it well when he talked about the context for it when he was speaking about the canyon or the canyon quality and the convention center that's further down the street. But I want to loop into that the existing context of Draper Street and the smaller fabric around this neighborhood. So although it's challenging from a structural and urbanistic perspective, and I can deeply appreciate the work that has been done in order to make this viable, the proposed development is just simply alarming. Whether the 4.2 times from the LPAT was appropriate is unknown to me, regardless of which the 7.5 represents a development of enormous size and proportion. The delivery of the park and affordable housing, I think, those were the reasons given for the enormity of the development, do not justify or balance the enormity of the embodied carbon, the enormity of the podia, which do not constitute an urban street wall because they're too long and too high to be humane urbanism, the overall enormity of the development or the sheer height of it. A porous front street and which is to say a non-continuous podium is essential. And I asked the question about the parking because I was really trying to understand, how, what a way forward could be. But at the very least, like, again, like I just don't think, like, I fundamentally don't believe that the park justifies this. It's just that the park then is just they have these towers looming over it, but Front Street becomes unurban, unpleasant, unlivable at some level. The power that, to my mind, the power should have no podia, be pushed back. Not all, they're tight to Front Street, has been already noted. They need to be like, whether they have step backs or not, in my mind, maybe a more viable route forward is actually just simple towers with no podia at all, and certainly not connected podia, spread perhaps throughout the entirety of or like not all aligned to Front Street, but some of them pushed further back if that's at all possible, so that you can actually achieve something that is, more livable, or a livable period. In the current state, the proposal is unsupportable to my mind. That's it for me.
Great, thank you. Moving on to Dima and then Jim Melvin.
Thank you for the presentation. The first thing I wrote when I read the proposal, when I first saw the proposal, is the carbon story, and it's fairly scary. I mean, it is an engineering feat to do this work, but it's an engineering feat that has such a high carbon imprint on it, and there doesn't seem to be a justification for the benefits to the overall community from that carbon cost. I think I agree with everything Meg just said about the podium, the towers, the step backs, trying to understand the impact. And I understand this area. I mean, the whole point originally of the overbuild was to provide park to an area that was underserved by parks. However, with the incredible increase in development that's being proposed to the site and the massive density increase, I'm not sure we're improving the overall park per person situation in the neighborhood due to the population increase. And to Joe's point in question, there's no community services, and there's this, I would call it, I'm sorry, stinginess to the amenities that are being distributed for the residences in that building that's a bit alarming. The daycares with limited outdoor access, no community centers being proposed, no community services being proposed. That is a bit worrisome. Like, it's not, is this building a neighborhood? It's not going to be a neighborhood that is serving the community that's going to live in it. And I think that's very, very concerning from that perspective. And looking at like the size of the towers as well in terms of their relationship, but also the footprint of each tower seems fairly large. And even though you're trying to do more than the 25 meters between towers, I'm not sure that gets compensated by the actual footprint and area of each tower. And it does alarm me that everything is proposed or aspirational or proposed in terms of the parks. Because I just feel in the sequence of this development, we could end up with a lot of towers and absolutely no parks. And it seems to be built on the story of an aspirational park development rather than a real commitment to a park development, which I also find concerning. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dima. Jim Melvin.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Dermot, for your presentation. So Dermot, in your presentation, you said this is once in a lifetime project. And that's good on you. And I think that's important to keep in perspective because it's once in a lifetime, we have to get it correct. And I think from what Meg and Dima have said, there's a lot of problems with this project that need to be ironed out before it goes forward. I think a 9-story podium wall on a 20-meter wide right of way on Front Street isn't going to work for the reasons Meg quoted. The floor plates are too large. I think if you could make them smaller in the 750, maybe then the buildings could, now it's a structural problem, be offset rather than all being right across from each other. Jim Goff brought up a very good point about the middle on the 9 Central. I think that if you could make it an access through the center block I'm hearing someone else's voice. If the access through the center block could be daylighted somewhere, and more with a cover, that would be much more pleasing for the users. And finally, the parkland at 37 to 42 meters wide, and the fact that it's you've got 20, what'd you say, 24% of the site, or 50 some odd percent of the site, sort of thing. Although the parkland is there, the usable space and the layout of parkland is just as important as the area. So depending on what the program is, you couldn't even get a soccer field on that space. And then finally, it seems that 56% of the units are either singles or bachelor apartments. Have we not learned that we aren't developing for families, but we're developing for investment? If we don't stop that, and you don't build the communities, you're just making more spaces that aren't for families. Can the developers not get that right? That's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Moving on to Jessica and then Heather.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you very much for your presentation. I agree with panel members' comments about the overwhelming scale of the project and the lack of supporting services and benefit to the community. I'm concerned that the size of the park doesn't necessarily support the proposed number of people who will live here, let alone sort of the wider existing community. I also, echo a lot of the comments you heard about porosity, especially of that middle block, and breaking through that large central podium it's really critical to creating a humane experience, both along front and for the park itself. The POPs, while it helps with access, it is a controlled environment, probably closed at certain times. So that again limits porosity, potentially creating a very long park experience with sort of limited opportunities for egress. Looking more at the park, approximately 37 meters wide. However, that sort of 10-meter vague space for animation, which I understand is under discussion with the city, is sort of suggestive of easements or things that might exist over parkland, again, thus reducing sort of what can fit. So it would have been nice to see kind of a scale study of what exactly could fit in this park, to see that is it enough to provide appropriate facilities for the neighborhood. And then again, where that park meets that northern linear park, like it's really, really a critical pinch point. The grade change is mitigated through sort of using the space of the linear park itself, thus interrupting it. So I think that's, I know it's a small, thin strip, but it's a very, very critical space. And then again, sort of looking at that retail frontage on the park and relying on that to sort of animate, I'm all for having retail adjacencies to parks, but the quantity and sort of lack of diversity in terms of other offerings is a bit concerning, especially if things are left vacant. This would be an ideal opportunity to introduce maybe more community facilities that have, different people coming and different people attending those spaces. And then again, the sidewalk on Front Street, we'll find ourselves in the same conundrum we have on Yonge Street, where it's just the clearway is never wide enough. And as it is shown, it's not going to be wide enough in short order. Thank you very much. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Jessica. Moving on to Heather and then Joe.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. I believe Meg mentioned this, but also encouraged the team to study views looking south on Draper. I know in plan that the towers have been offset, but there's also quite a substantial podium there that will be kind of terminating that street. So I think that view is very important. The scale on Draper is much loved. So I think it warrants further study. I know it seems to be early days for the architectural expression, but even with respect to massing, I was wondering if angling some of the towers was studied, similar to what's happening on the well that Anna and I are broadcasting from now. So, you know, maybe even mimicking some of those angles to preserve people's views to the water. I think further study on that would be great, would add a level of visual interest, and get away from the kind of broad faces that are marching along. The pop spaces seem quite small to me, and as others have mentioned, I think one through block connection at the center block is not enough in the length that is proposed there. As I mentioned previously, I wonder about the height of the podium. I do think it seems quite high in areas, and I think maybe even taking a look at the kind of the density and the scale of the well and mimicking that would be great. I think that you know that this is a place in the city that can support density, but I don't think it will work if it's not accompanied by a very substantial park. So the answers that we heard about the kind of potential park, I think are very concerning, and you're hearing that from most of the panel members. I do think that the green space on the east block near the Sky Dome would be a great addition to that area. There's nothing green on that side of Spadina, and so I actually found that part quite successful. Like others have said, I think Anna started this on page 25. It's a very good kind of massing illustration that you've done there that really you can see the benefit completely of setting in the ground floor like the well does on the north side of Front Street. It's sort of, I think it's going to be very, very tight there on the south side. It was encouraging, Dermot, to hear that you're, you know, working hard, continue to work with respect to the grading, because I do think that more porosity on all the blocks is very important, especially on that east block. I mean, there's a very clear pop space on the project just directly north of your east block there, and it would be really great if those could just thread through and provide the kind of level of porosity that we're seeing again like we have in the well here. And the last comment is I think it would be great to be able to complete and fold in the ice boat terrace on the south side of the center block into a more active area. Right now it does have a very opaque, you know, parapet wall and this feeling of being on the edge. So again, I think that's something that needs to be carefully studied, the kind of interface and how that might be completed. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Heather. On to Joe.
Thanks, Gord. I kind of had a similar reaction, I think, to Meg, her use of the word alarming when I first saw this proposal. I really want to say that I appreciate the presentation from both staff and the design team in helping me to better understand the complexity of the site the challenges it poses. And I really appreciate the comments of my colleagues as well. Here's what I'm kind of coming to understand as I've kind of been mulling over this project and then hearing the presentations and hearing the comments. The part of the project that I'm realizing I found alarming was the center block. The east block is more, how shall I put it, conventional or more of a scale and a context and relationship that, you know, seem like a work in progress that will come to some kind of reasonable conclusion. The West Block, similarly, appreciating the kind of technical challenges there, the thinness as it goes to the west. You know, the only downside is the east-west orientation of the towers, but generally speaking, it's something that I can see resulting in a reasonable outcome. But the center block's challenges, I think, are can be the telltales are the lack of really good perspective views along Front Street. Trying to understand the scale of the well in relation to the scale of this building and a 250-meter long 9-story podium, which goes up to 12 stories in some cases. And then combining that with towers that are 60 meters in a north-south direction. So regardless of a separation distance just over 25 meters, you end up with, you know, I don't know, 7 to 10 units lined up on those east and west faces. So the lack of that kind of perspective view, I think, is a telltale. And, you know, our designs are influenced by what we draw. We all know that. So I would really encourage this design team to draw perspectives in the middle of the center block in the context of the well, and let's really understand what Front Street's going to be looking like. That combined with the absence of shadow diagrams was to me another telltale. I am just wondering about Clarence Square, sorry, I'm just having a seniors moment. The park at Portland, the wider Wellington Street. You know, what kind of impact is this development going to have to its neighbors to the north in particular? So those are the things that I'm realizing are of concern to me. Having said that, I'm looking at page 19 of the proposal, which is podium design at great uses on Front Street. And what's occurred to me as I've been listening to folks is I'm going to make a suggestion that 5 towers in a row is 1 tower too much. 250 meters of podium is far too much. So eliminate the center tower, open up the middle of that block so you don't have 250 meters. You have, instead of like 2.5 football field lengths, you only have podiums of maybe 1 football field length on either side, and create an open courtyard in the middle of the center block on Front Street that would transition up to a park, which I understand is about 2 stories above. But I think you've demonstrated in your sections that there's a possible connection there. Rather than having that vehicular and service access directly on Front Street, you can now have a kind of an open court that's both vehicular and pedestrian, and now provide more separation between the remaining 4 towers, create, and that would be done, in my view. On just the other suggestion is a significant reduction in the scale of the podium, as I think Meg suggested earlier. I think that that's also critical. So that combination of opening up the center block, reducing the number of towers, creating a north-south penetration in the middle that's more meaningful, that brings light through, to the well project to its north, and further to that to Wellington, further to the north. That will result in a reduction of density for sure, but candidly, 7.5 times gross density is enormous. And I think the evidence of that being too ambitious is clear in the feedback you're getting today. The other, just to reinforce something that I think others have said, but I've also raised, is the lack of complete community thinking that's evident here. We can't keep building these incredibly dense communities and not provide a range of social services, a range of things, as Jim Melvin said, you know, that really support family life. The ambition of 24 family units, roughly a quarter, if I've understood that statistic, out of the, maybe I've got this wrong, but I thought it was 2,100 units out of 8,000. Maybe it's 2,100 people in a family unit. I'm not sure which, but, you know, getting at least a quarter of these units for family housing in a decent way is a really important goal. But then what has to come together to support that kind of community life? So I also sense, and I want to commend what I sense is a positive working relationship, just reading between the leaves of listening to staff and listening to this design team. I appreciate there's a long history to this file. There is a lot on the line. It's an important project. I'd encourage you to roll up your sleeves and get back at it again. And my suggestion for a focus is a rethink of that center block as a really key aspect of how to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Moving on to Sabella and then Michael.
Thank you for this presentation. I think the actual presentation was really well put together to give us an overview over this really extremely large and complicated project. I agree with the comments that my colleagues have made, and I just wanted to reiterate that I also believe the concern is that the massive size of that central podium. It is the size of the convention center, and the height of that compared to the residual park space to the south, I think, is just not working. That park space is approximately the width after the animations, so will be about the width of Yorkdale or Yorkville Park. So it's Yorkville Park works because of its intimacy of the scale around it, and the park space will be so dwarfed by the podium that I think it will not serve any justice to connecting people through there and into the surrounding communities. So connectivity is also an issue, and the one thing I do feel can definitely be improved upon is the connection along the south edge to the Ice Terrace linear park, that north linear park. I think that can be softened, and I think it can be made much more friendly. So I'm not worried about that edge, but I just feel the skinniness of this park, not enough to program it properly. I'm worried about the retail being effective, especially if those two other park spaces on either end do not get built. Will not create for a successful animation zone along that south part of the podium. I'm also worried about the front street frontage and the linearness of that and the lack of animation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabella. And on to Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank you for the presentation, because I learned a lot about the structure that's going to be required to fulfill this incredibly important possibility in the city of Toronto. And the best architects work very well with their structural engineers, and we know this team does that better than anyone. So thank you. I'm going a couple of observations. So I observed that the tower floor plates are 20 to 22 by 50 or 60 meters long, which means they're about double the size, 1 3/4 times the size of a 750 square meter floor plate. And I'm looking at the diagrams and wondering about what the impression of density would be if they actually conformed. And I suspect that it would be a better impression, and it would give more opportunity for push and pull of those towers along that south side of Front Street. Another observation is we've speculated in the past, that's the panel has speculated in the past, when the density causes the public realm to be at risk or even potentially fail. And usually it's when there's more service and utility spaces at grade, not referring to the second floor, but at grade, then there are animated public spaces. And I think, at least in the center block, I think we've reached that condition. And so that's something that really does need to be looked at much more carefully, because if the street level doesn't work, then the second level retail also won't work. Such a large development would be, in my view, looking at it from a very high level, better if you really did see the city block size continued through the site, that literally taking the streets from the north and south and connecting them. There's a passage that is implying that connection, but in my view, would be better if it was actually the street block size. If the towers, going back to the tower size, if the towers conform to the 750 square meter size, then the park width could grow by almost 20 meters. In other words, that south line could go 20 meters north, and then the park would potentially be at a scale that could manage all of the diversity and complexity that the park deserves, and that this development deserves. And finally, I know it's very early, but I think a vision this important would benefit by having compelling images, even at a speculative level, about the true vision that is being imagined here, in the same way that was done at the very earliest stages of the well. So please consider that. And thanks again for your presentation.
Great, thank you. Well, I've got lots of notes in front of me here, and we have, and I'll share some of that with you as closing. But what we're going to do is do that, and then we'll move on to the vote. I can't possibly distill all this down to like 5 points, but I think Dermot and team, you've got a pretty clear sense of the things that concern us about this development, this proposal. We were just saying today that this is the 17th year of the design review panel, and then in those 17 years, we've seen a lot of different projects. And I think Michael's right. We have developed a sense of when a project sort of reaches such a critical mass that it defeats the very goals and purposes that it was envisioned for. And I think that some of the comments that have come through, I think first of all, is taking time to thank the team, both on the city side and on the proponent side, for what has probably been an enormous effort to get to this point, and to thank them for coming forward and sharing this with us. It's bound to be a contentious project because of where it is, because of what it does, because of what it envisions happening. And I think, as panel members have mentioned, we really appreciate you sharing with us the sheer complexity and challenge that you're dealing with. And you're probably losing your hair in the process, but that just goes with being an architect. We know it's early in the design. Some of the key comments that I certainly heard, and these are in no particular order, is when a project is being developed, it needs to respond to the existing context, and it needs to set a positive context for the future. And there have been many comments about the difficulties of the project, and in particular the center block, responding to heritage street like Draper, or taking Front Street from what you described as, you know, a road with a with a fence along one side looking down into the pit of the railway yards, and making it better. Responding to the the edges of the site. So for instance, the linear park on the south and how it transitions from that into a park. There's all sorts of indications there that the response to context has been very difficult to do. And in most cases, it's not there. And then in creating future context, we are blessed or cursed with being able to see what the future context could be of this in place, and it's troubling. Talked about connectivity, and just looking at the sense of having such a big park space. It's going to be such a treasure, but it needs to be highly accessible. It needs to be easy to get to. It needs to be permeable. You need to be able to enjoy getting up there no matter how fit or not you are. And in every section, we see something that you're clearly trying very hard, but not getting there yet, is to make this a park that really truly can fit into the rest of the fabric and not be something that's up 8.5 meters and people can't see it, they can't get to it enough. And the very thing that you're trying to create and save becomes a failure. There have been comments about livability, big density, big population. That doesn't necessarily create livability. Oversized towers and podium does not create livability. Probably some sun and shade and wind conditions that are going to come with some of this placement of towers is not going to be livability. Not having sufficient community services is not livability. So there's work to be done there. Sustainability, realizing it's the early days, but there are things to do with that as well. And the feeling overall that the structural implications of trying to create this project and just get that done, combined with the density that's being asked for, has left the park space as kind of like this leftover space. What's left? And again, we realize that it's early, but there's been no work done, at least that we see, that tells us what that park's going to be like and whether it's going to be worth going to. And so I think those are some of the things, by no means all of the things, but I mean, we're passionate about design. We're passionate about making Toronto the best city it could possibly be. And if we're going to do something like this, the bigger you go, the more the risk is. And this one's really risky from a design perspective. We don't want to see something that is financially successful, but is city-wise a total failure. We don't want that. I don't think anybody wants that. So with that in mind, we're moving on to the vote for the first review. And Maria, if you could put that up on the screen. The writing that goes with that. Okay, typically with the project, first review, we are voting either in support or non-support. Support can sometimes go with some key conditions if desired by the panel. I will ask panel members if there are any key conditions they think would go with the vote of support. And you know, if you have an idea, raise your virtual hand so I can see. I'm not seeing anything coming through. And then the vote for non-support. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to ask each member, I'll call your name. You can tell me whether you're voting for support or non-support. I'll start with Meg.
Non-support.
Dima.
Non-support.
Jessica.
Non-support.
Sabella.
Non-support.
Heather.
Non-support.
Michael.
Non-support.
Jim. Melvin.
Non-support.
Jim Goff.
Non-support.
Joe.
Non-support.
And Anna.
Non-support.
So voted. You've got our comments. You've got the vote as a sort of a litmus test. We appreciate all the work. We look forward to it coming back again. We know that you're a very talented team in all respects on the city side and on the proponent side. We look forward to the reviewing the next design. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for staying a little bit later. Everybody have a great holiday break. step boldly into the new year, and we'll look forward to continuing the design review panel efforts in January. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks
Bye.
again.